Hey guys, tonight we're leaving behind crowded cities, noisy markets, and glorious royal palaces. No emperors giving dramatic speeches. No legendary generals charging across battlefields while someone in the background tries very hard not to become history's forgotten casualty. Instead, we're climbing a lonely stone tower that stands on the edge of the ancient world. A place where the loudest conversation of the day might have been the wind arguing with the waves. So, before you settle in, take a moment to make yourself comfortable. Dim the lights if you like. Grab a blanket, find that perfect sleeping position you'll insist on changing 3 minutes later, and let the sound of this journey carry you somewhere quieter. Tonight, we're spending time with the forgotten people who watch the sea. Not famous kings, not celebrated admirals, not fearless conquerors whose statues still decorate city squares. Just ordinary men, sometimes veterans, sometimes young recruits, occasionally unlucky souls assigned to a post that everyone else hoped to avoid. Their workplace was a solitary watchtower perched above rocky cliffs or lonely beaches where the horizon stretched farther than the eye could comfortably follow. If history often shines its brightest spotlight on great victories and spectacular disasters, then these watchmen lived almost entirely in the shadows. Their greatest achievement was often that absolutely nothing happened. Oddly enough, that was exactly what everyone wanted. Because if the watchmen saw nothing, no pirate fleet was approaching, no enemy invasion had appeared over the morning mist, no merchant convoy required emergency assistance, no coastal villages needed to flee inland before sunrise. Success in this profession was measured by boredom. And boredom, as it turns out, can be surprisingly difficult. Imagine waking every morning to exactly the same view. The sea, the rocks, the gulls. Perhaps a fishing boat moving slowly along the coastline. Tomorrow? Exactly the same. Next week? Almost certainly the same. Next year? Well, there might be a different goal. 4 months at a time, life inside one of these towers moved at a pace that would make modern traffic seem thrilling. The watchman's world revolved around routines so repetitive they almost became rituals. Checking the beacon, inspecting the signal fire, scanning the horizon, recording weather, repairing stone walls, collecting rainwater, preparing simple meals, watching, always watching. It sounds peaceful. And sometimes it truly was. Ancient coastlines could be breathtaking places. The sunrise spilling gold across calm water. Gentle waves breaking against cliffs polished by thousands of years of tides. The scent of salt carried inland by cool morning winds. At night, the stars appeared brighter than most people today ever experience. Without electric lights competing overhead, the sky became an ocean of its own, filled with countless distant fires. But peaceful doesn't always mean easy. Isolation has a curious way of changing people. Modern psychologists have studied what happens when individuals spend long periods alone, separated from communities and familiar routines. Ancient watchmen never had such studies to read. They simply lived the experience, one quiet day after another. Some adapted beautifully. Others struggled. A few developed habits that their replacements would later describe with raised eyebrows and careful wording. When your closest neighbor lives 15 miles away, talking to seagulls begins to sound surprisingly reasonable. The birds, unfortunately, were rarely interested in meaningful conversation. These towers existed across much of the ancient Mediterranean and beyond. Greek city-states guarded their shores with lookout posts overlooking narrow straits. Roman engineers built elaborate coastal defenses stretching along important provinces, linking towers through systems of signal fires and smoke beacons. Later civilizations expanded these networks, adding stronger walls, better communication methods, and more permanent garrisons. Different cultures, different languages, different empires. Yet the experience of standing alone above the sea remained remarkably similar. Hour after hour, season after season, watching, waiting, hoping today would be wonderfully uneventful. Of course, history has a habit of interrupting peaceful routines. Sometimes the horizon remained empty for months. Sometimes a tiny dark shape appeared where sea met sky. Was it a merchant ship, a fishing vessel, a storm cloud, or something much worse? In those moments, the entire purpose of the tower became terrifyingly clear. One decision, one signal fire, one plume of smoke. Entire coastal towns might survive because one lonely watchman noticed something before anyone else. No pressure. It's amazing how often civilization has depended on people whose names have been completely forgotten. History remembers emperors who declared wars. It rarely remembers the exhausted guard who spotted enemy sails first. It remembers victorious admirals. It forgets the watchman whose warning gave the fleet enough time to prepare. Perhaps that's one of the quiet lessons hidden inside places like these. Civilizations are rarely held together by famous people alone. More often, they're held together by countless ordinary individuals doing repetitive jobs with remarkable consistency. Jobs that nobody celebrated. Jobs that nobody envied. Jobs that absolutely had to be done. As we wander through these lonely towers tonight, we'll discover what daily life truly looked like inside these isolated outposts. We'll explore how they were built to survive violent coastal storms. We'll learn what the guards ate, how they slept, how they communicated across impossible distances, and how they battled something every bit as dangerous as invading pirates: loneliness. We'll meet Roman sentries staring across endless blue horizons, Greek lookouts tending smoky beacon fires, forgotten engineers solving problems with clever stonework that still stands after 2,000 years. We'll experience long nights beneath stars untouched by modern light pollution. We'll endure fierce winter winds that rattled wooden doors until dawn. We'll hear waves crashing against cliffs that seem determined to wear away not only the coastline, but the patience of everyone assigned to defend it. And somewhere between the salt spray, lonely sunsets, and endless routine, we may begin to understand why these quiet towers mattered far more than their modest appearance suggests. So, settle in. Take a slow breath. Listen to the waves rolling endlessly against ancient stone. Far away, a lonely beacon flickers to life as evening settles across the coastline. High above the sea, one watchman begins another long night. He has no idea that, thousands of years later, people around the world will still wonder what life was really like inside these solitary towers. Fortunately for us, the night is just beginning. The first thing to understand about the ancient coastline is that it never truly slept. Even when the sea looked perfectly calm, With little waves lazily brushing against the shore and seabirds gliding overhead as though they had nowhere important to be, it remained unpredictable. Somewhere beyond that peaceful blue horizon, a merchant ship might be carrying olive oil, wine, grain, or precious metals toward a bustling port. Somewhere else, fishermen were hauling in the morning's catch. And somewhere farther away, far enough that no one on land could yet see them, a group of pirates might already be setting their sails toward an unsuspecting village. To people living along the coast, the sea was both a generous friend and an unreliable neighbor. It provided food. It connected distant civilizations. It carried ideas, languages, and inventions across hundreds of miles. It also carried armies. If you happened to live in a small coastal settlement 3,000 years ago, waking up to unfamiliar ships anchored offshore was rarely the beginning of a pleasant day. Unlike modern nations with satellites, radar stations, coast guards, and enough surveillance technology to make ancient watchmen question their career choices, early civilizations relied almost entirely on one simple advantage: seeing trouble before trouble saw them. That sounds obvious today, but it was revolutionary in practice. The farther away you could spot approaching ships, the more time your community had to prepare. A few extra minutes could mean gathering fishermen still out at sea. An extra hour might allow families to flee inland with whatever valuables they could carry. Several hours could give soldiers enough time to organize defenses rather than scrambling around wondering whose turn it was to sharpen the spears. Early warning often mattered more than larger armies. Many civilizations discovered this lesson through painful experience. Ancient Egypt, despite its enormous wealth and impressive monuments, constantly monitored parts of its Mediterranean coastline. While deserts protected much of the kingdom, the sea remained an open gateway. Foreign traders arrived with welcome cargo, but invaders could arrive using exactly the same water routes. Across the Aegean Sea, the Greek city-states faced an even greater challenge. Their world was made up of countless islands, narrow channels, rocky peninsulas, and hidden coves. Beautiful. Absolutely. Easy to defend. Not exactly. A ship could disappear behind one island and reappear somewhere completely unexpected. Coastal communities often depended upon elevated lookout points where sharp-eyed observers could scan the surrounding waters from dawn until sunset. Sometimes these lookout posts were little more than wooden platforms on high cliffs. Others gradually evolved into sturdy stone towers designed to withstand decades of harsh weather. The Romans naturally looked at these scattered ideas and thought, this could probably be organized. Organization was something the Roman Empire loved almost as much as building roads. Wherever Roman influence spread, systems followed. Roads connected cities. Aqueducts delivered water. Forts secured frontiers. Watchtowers linked together like silent guardians, creating communication networks that stretched across astonishing distances. A lone tower was useful. A chain of towers became something far more powerful. Imagine standing atop one of these coastal outposts on a clear afternoon. To your left, perhaps 20 miles away, another tower stands against the cliffs. To your right, another. Each close enough that, on a clear day, smoke or fire signals could pass from one to the next. News could travel faster than any horse. Long before written messages arrived, flames carried warnings across entire coastlines. Simple, elegant, remarkably effective. Of course, not every signal announced disaster. Some informed nearby ports that friendly merchant convoys were approaching. Others warned of dangerous storms. Certain towers coordinated naval patrols. Some simply confirmed that neighboring stations remained occupied and alert. Even silence carried meaning. If a tower that usually answered with smoke suddenly remained dark, well, that silence could become deeply concerning. The location of these towers was never chosen by accident. Ancient engineers searched for places where visibility mattered most. High cliffs overlooking narrow sea passages. Rocky headlands extending into open water. Steep hills near natural harbors. Anywhere a watchman could command the widest possible view. This often meant building in places that were spectacularly inconvenient for daily life. Fresh water might be scarce. Good farmland might be non-existent. Strong winds battered the stone walls year-round. Winter storms transformed comfortable paths into dangerous climbs. The scenery was magnificent. The commute, if anyone had bothered inventing that word, was dreadful. Yet strategic necessity outweighed comfort every single time. Many towers also overlooked important trade routes. The ancient Mediterranean was one of history's busiest highways. Thousands of vessels crossed its waters carrying grain from Egypt, marble from Greece, wine from Italy, timber from Lebanon, spices from distant eastern markets, and countless other goods that kept ancient economies alive. Protecting these maritime highways meant protecting prosperity itself. A delayed shipment could cause shortages. A captured merchant vessel represented not only lost cargo, but lost tax revenue. Empires tend to notice when tax revenue disappears. Quite quickly, in fact. Piracy remained another constant concern. Modern imagination often pictures pirates as colorful adventurers with parrots and theatrical wardrobes. Ancient pirates were considerably less charming. They raided villages, captured civilians for ransom or slavery, attacked merchant ships, disrupted trade, forced governments to devote enormous resources toward coastal security. Entire regions occasionally suffered because pirate activity became so severe that merchants simply refused to sail there. No trade meant fewer supplies. Fewer supplies meant rising prices. And suddenly everyone blamed someone else. Some traditions never really disappear. Watchtowers alone could not stop determined raiders. They were never intended to. Instead, they bought something every civilization desperately needed. Time. Time to light beacon fires. Time to ring bells. Time to gather defenders. Time for nearby garrisons to march toward threatened settlements. Time for fishermen to abandon exposed beaches. Time for frightened families to seek shelter behind stronger walls. Sometimes that precious gift of time made the difference between survival and catastrophe. The towers also served psychological purposes. People living nearby knew someone was watching. Even if danger never arrived, the visible presence of a lookout offered reassurance. Someone stood guard while others slept. Someone scanned the horizon while farmers worked their fields. Someone remained awake through storms and moonless nights. Security often depends as much upon confidence as physical defenses. The watchman became a symbol of vigilance itself. Children growing up in nearby villages probably recognized the tower as part of the landscape, just another familiar shape rising above the cliffs. Perhaps they waved toward it while helping their parents mend fishing nets. Perhaps they imagined the lonely guard enjoying endless adventures. Reality was usually much quieter. Most days involved long hours of careful observation interrupted by very little excitement. Ironically, that quiet routine represented success. If no warning fires burned, if no frantic messengers galloped inland, if no enemy sails appeared, then the tower had fulfilled its purpose simply by remaining ready. It was a profession built upon preparation rather than action. Much like owning an umbrella. You hope you won't need it, but you're grateful it's there when dark clouds gather. Over time, these coastal watchtowers became more than military structures. They formed part of a civilization's rhythm. Merchants expected to see them. Sailors used them as landmarks. Local communities depended upon them. Governments maintained them because neglecting the coastline invited consequences that history had demonstrated again and again. The sea rewarded confidence. It punished carelessness. As centuries passed, towers rose under different rulers, different flags, and different languages, yet their purpose remained remarkably constant. What? Wait. Warn. Three simple responsibilities resting upon the shoulders of remarkably ordinary people. And while the towers themselves stood firm against wind and salt, the lives of the men assigned to them would prove far more fragile. Because building a watchtower from stone was difficult, living inside one year after lonely year could be even harder. If you were an ancient engineer hoping to build a coastal watchtower, your first priority was not comfort. It was visibility. Comfort, unfortunately, came somewhere far below. Don't let the empire get caught completely by surprise. The perfect watchtower site was rarely the perfect place to live. In fact, if a location seemed pleasant, sheltered from the wind, close to fresh water, and conveniently near a lively village, it was probably rejected almost immediately. The whole point of a watchtower was to see farther than everyone else, and that usually meant climbing higher than everyone else wanted to. Imagine standing beside an experienced surveyor somewhere along the Mediterranean coast nearly 2,000 years ago. The morning air carries the smell of salt and wild herbs. Waves crash rhythmically against jagged rocks below, while gulls circle overhead with the confidence of creatures that have never once worried about paying taxes. The surveyor isn't admiring the scenery. He's calculating. How far can someone see from this cliff? Does another headland block the eastern horizon? Could smoke signals from the neighboring tower remain visible even during poor weather? Would an approaching ship appear several hours before reaching the nearest harbor? Every question has only one purpose: time. Every extra mile of visibility might provide another few precious minutes for villages inland to prepare for danger. Those minutes could save lives. The surveyors understood something that modern travelers often forget. The coastline is rarely a straight line. It twists. It curves. It disappears behind rocky peninsulas before opening into broad bays. Hidden coves offer shelter for fishermen, but also for pirates hoping nobody notices them until it is far too late. Ancient builders therefore searched for natural high points overlooking these complicated landscapes. A steep cliff extending into the sea, a rocky cape reaching beyond the surrounding shoreline, a lonely hill rising above an otherwise flat coast. From such places, a single watchman could observe enormous stretches of water that would remain invisible from ground level. Of course, climbing those hills every day was considerably less inspiring than simply looking at them. Some tower sites required narrow paths carved directly into solid rock. Others demanded long climbs over loose stones that seemed determined to roll beneath every careless foot. Carrying building materials up these slopes was another matter entirely. Stone blocks, timber beams, water jars, food supplies, iron tools. Everything had to reach the summit somehow. No ancient construction manager ever looked at one of these locations and said, "Well, this should be easy." Instead, hundreds of laborers, soldiers, skilled masons, and local workers slowly transformed isolated cliffs into permanent defensive positions. Sometimes temporary ramps were built. Sometimes wooden sledges dragged heavy stones uphill. Where possible, donkeys and mules carried smaller loads. When even animals could not reach the site, human muscles solved the problem. Again, civilization, it turns out, has often been built by people carrying extremely heavy things uphill. The builders also had to think beyond today's weather. A calm spring morning meant very little. What mattered was surviving winter. Mediterranean winters are gentler than those in northern Europe, but coastal storms can still become astonishingly violent. Powerful winds slam directly into exposed cliffs. Rainwater pours through every crack. Lightning strikes elevated ground with uncomfortable enthusiasm. Waves explode against rocks below, sending salty spray high into the air. A tower placed on the wrong piece of coastline might remain perfectly useful for 6 months, then discover quite dramatically that nature had other opinions. Engineers carefully study the rock beneath their feet. Solid limestone, excellent. Dense granite, even better. Loose soil resting above unstable cliffs? Perhaps not. A watchtower needed foundations capable of surviving decades, sometimes centuries, without slowly sliding toward the sea. Ancient builders lacked modern geological surveys, but they possessed generations of practical experience. They learned which rocks cracked, which cliffs eroded, which slopes became dangerous after heavy rain. Experience often proved a better teacher than theory. The towers also needed clear lines of communication. One isolated tower might watch a wide stretch of ocean, but if it couldn't alert anyone else, its usefulness diminished quickly. This is where the ancient communication network became surprisingly sophisticated. Surveyors climbed neighboring hills carrying signal fires or brightly colored banners. Assistants stationed themselves miles away on other ridges. Could they still see one another? Would smoke rise clearly against the background sky? Would evening beacon fires remain visible after sunset? If not, find another hill. Repeat the entire process. The result was an invisible chain stretching along the coastline. Each tower became one link. Alone, it was limited. Together, they formed an early warning system capable of transmitting urgent news astonishingly fast. A pirate fleet appearing beyond the horizon might trigger a signal that passed from tower to tower until distant cities learned of the threat hours before the ships actually arrived. No horses, no ships, just smoke, fire, and people paying attention. It's wonderfully simple, provided, of course, that everyone stays awake. That responsibility rested squarely upon the watchman. which explains why sleeping during duty hours was viewed rather seriously. Ancient commanders generally disliked discovering that an invasion had arrived because someone decided the afternoon breeze was ideal for a nap. Another challenge involved water. High cliffs rarely offered convenient springs. Without reliable fresh water, even the strongest tower became nearly impossible to occupy for long periods. Builders therefore searched for natural cisterns or carved enormous storage tanks directly into the rock. Rainwater collected during wet seasons became precious. Every drop mattered. Watchmen learned to value water with almost religious devotion. Bathing luxuriously every evening? Not exactly. Keeping enough drinking water to survive until the next rainfall? Far more important. Food presented another puzzle. Few towers produced anything themselves. There were no vegetable gardens clinging dramatically to vertical cliffs. No comfortable farms surrounding the walls. Most supplies arrived from nearby villages or military outposts. Grain, olive oil, salted fish, cheese, dried fruit, occasionally wine. Although, judging by surviving military complaints throughout history, someone was almost certainly unhappy with the quality of it. Supply routes therefore influenced construction decisions as much as visibility. A perfectly positioned tower meant little if reaching it required risking one's life every week with a wagon full of provisions. Ancient planners constantly balanced competing priorities. See farther. Build stronger. Remain supplied. Stay connected. Survive winter. Warn everyone. No single location achieved perfection. Every site represented compromise. Some towers enjoyed magnificent visibility, but difficult access. Others sacrificed a little elevation in exchange for reliable water. Still others guarded narrow harbors where seeing every ship mattered more than seeing distant horizons. Even the local wildlife influenced these decisions. Remote cliffs belonged to birds long before humans claimed them. Eagles nested among rocky ledges. Seabirds covered flat surfaces with generous enthusiasm, a polite way of saying that cleaning the tower roof was probably nobody's favorite duty. Wild goats somehow reached places that appeared physically impossible. Snakes occasionally found shelter among unfinished stone walls. Ancient builders accepted these inconvenient neighbors as part of the landscape. The animals, meanwhile, seemed only mildly impressed by humanity's engineering achievements. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these locations was their silence. Modern coastlines often hum with traffic, aircraft, engines, and distant cities. Ancient watchmen experienced something entirely different. The wind, the sea, birdsong, the occasional creaking of a merchant ship offshore. Long stretches where nature supplied nearly every sound. That silence could feel peaceful during the first few days. After months, it became something else. Many newly assigned guards probably welcomed the stunning views. How fortunate they might have thought. A beautiful tower overlooking endless blue water. Fresh air every day. No crowded streets. No noisy markets. No demanding officials looking over their shoulder. A few weeks later, they may have begun appreciating just how loud complete solitude can become. Because choosing the most isolated location was never simply about building stone walls where enemies could be seen from afar. It also meant placing ordinary human beings in places where the horizon became both their closest companion and their greatest reminder of how far away everyone else truly was. The tower stood exactly where it needed to be. Whether the people inside belonged there, that was a far more complicated question. Finding the perfect cliff was only the beginning. Now came the part that tested patience, muscle, and perhaps the vocabulary of every stonemason involved. Because ancient coastlines were beautiful places to admire, they were much less enthusiastic about becoming construction sites. Long before the first stone could be laid, builders had to prepare the ground itself. Even on seemingly solid cliffs, the surface was rarely as stable as it appeared. Loose rocks had to be cleared away. Cracks were examined carefully. Uneven ground was chipped flat with iron tools that rang across the coastline from sunrise until evening. If you happened to be a fisherman working nearby, those steady metallic echoes probably became part of daily life. Playing, pause, playing, pause. Someone, somewhere above the cliffs, was reminding another stubborn piece of limestone that it was about to become architecture. Ancient engineers understood a simple truth that every successful builder eventually learns. A strong tower begins with foundations no one will ever see. The walls might impress visitors centuries later, but everything depended on what lay hidden beneath them. The foundation stones were often the largest blocks used in the entire structure. They were carefully fitted into the bedrock whenever possible, creating a single solid base that resisted shifting during storms. There was no hurry. Rushing a foundation simply meant rebuilding the tower after the first particularly enthusiastic winter gale. Nature, unlike impatient supervisors, never accepted excuses. Once the foundations were complete, the walls slowly began to rise. Stone by stone, layer by layer, each block was selected not only for its size, but for how well it fit against its neighbors. Ancient masons were astonishingly skilled. Without modern machinery or laser measuring tools, they shaped heavy blocks until they rested together with remarkable precision. In some regions, mortar helped bind the stones. Elsewhere, carefully cut blocks relied largely on their own weight and perfect fit. Gravity has always been one of history's most reliable construction materials. The walls were intentionally thick. Not because anyone expected cannon fire, that unpleasant invention still belonged to the distant future, but because thick stone solved several problems at once. It resisted powerful winds. It absorbed the force of storms. It provided insulation against both summer heat and chilly winter nights. It made climbing into the tower rather difficult for anyone arriving without an invitation, which, from a defensive perspective, was considered an excellent feature. Most coastal watchtowers were not enormous castles. People sometimes imagine towering fortresses stretching high into the clouds. Reality was considerably more practical. Many towers stood only 2 or 3 stories tall. Some were square. Others were circular. A few took on a regular shape simply because the cliff beneath them refused to cooperate with neat geometry. Ancient builders were remarkably adaptable. If the landscape suggested a different design, they usually listened. After all, arguing with a cliff rarely ends in victory. The entrance itself often reflected this practical thinking. Instead of placing the doorway directly at ground level, many towers positioned it several feet above the surrounding terrain. Visitors reached it using a wooden ladder or removable staircase. During emergencies, the ladder could simply be pulled inside. Suddenly, attackers faced an uninterrupted stone wall instead of a welcoming front door. It's difficult to storm a tower when the first challenge is figuring out how to reach the entrance. Inside, space was surprisingly limited. Forget spacious halls decorated with colorful tapestries. The interior needed to serve several purposes using very little room. One level stored food supplies. Another held weapons, signal equipment, spare tools, and water containers. Sleeping quarters occupied whatever space remained. Furniture was minimal. Beds, when available, were usually simple wooden frames filled with straw or wool mattresses. Comfort ranked somewhere below. Don't let the roof collapse. A narrow staircase connected the floors. Sometimes it spiraled upward inside the wall. Sometimes wooden ladders linked one level to another. Moving supplies through these confined spaces demanded patience, especially if someone carrying a heavy sack of grain happened to meet another person carrying a barrel of water halfway up the stairs. Ancient architects never promised generous elbow room. At the top stood the most important part of the entire structure, the observation platform. From here, the watchman could survey miles of coastline in every direction. The platform often included a low protective wall, allowing guards to observe the sea while sheltering from relentless winds. Nearby stood the beacon itself, sometimes a large metal basket, sometimes a carefully prepared stone fire pit, always positioned so that flames or smoke remained visible across long distances. Keeping this beacon ready required constant attention. Dry wood had to remain protected from rain. Extra fuel needed careful storage. Kindling had to stay dry even during damp weather. Lighting an emergency signal sounds wonderfully dramatic. Maintaining one day after day was mostly an exercise in organization and trying very hard not to let everything become damp. The greatest enemy of these towers was not always invading fleets. Quite often, it was salt. Sea spray carried microscopic salt crystals into every crack and corner of the building. Over months and years, that salt slowly attacked wooden beams, iron fittings, ropes, leather equipment, and even certain types of stone. Doors swelled. Metal rusted. Roof timbers weakened. No matter how carefully the tower had been built, the sea patiently reminded everyone that maintenance would never truly end. The wind joined this endless campaign. High coastal cliffs rarely enjoyed calm conditions. Powerful gusts howled around corners, slammed against walls, and searched tirelessly for loose roof tiles or poorly secured shutters. Winter storms transformed ordinary breezes into roaring walls of air that shook entire buildings. Imagine lying awake on a cold night while every wooden beam creaked above your head. The tower stood firm. You certainly hoped it did. But the noises left plenty of room for imagination. Ancient builders anticipated many of these challenges. Roofs were constructed with steep angles whenever practical, allowing rainwater to drain quickly. Drainage channels directed water away from the foundations. Windows remained small, not because anyone disliked sunshine, but because smaller openings admitted less wind while strengthening the walls. Every design choice balanced visibility with survival. Too many windows invited storms. Too few limited observation. Too large, and the walls weakened. Too small, and the watchman might spend half the day leaning awkwardly outside. Engineering has always involved compromise. The builders also considered fire. Ironically, structures responsible for maintaining signal beacons had to avoid burning down themselves. Beacon fires remained carefully separated from living areas whenever possible. Fuel storage required caution. A careless spark inside a cramped stone tower filled with dry timber and oil could end centuries of careful planning rather quickly. Fortunately, thick stone walls offered one significant advantage. Unlike wooden fortifications, they refused to catch fire. The smoke might blacken the ceilings. The doors might burn. The roof could suffer terrible damage. But the tower itself usually endured. That resilience explains why archaeologists can still visit many ancient watchtower ruins today. The roofs vanished. The wooden floors disappeared long ago. Iron fittings rusted away centuries earlier. Yet the stone walls often continue standing against the sea, stubbornly resisting time itself. Perhaps that's the most remarkable feature of these lonely buildings. They were never intended to become monuments. Nobody imagined tourists wandering through them 2,000 years later. Nobody expected historians to study their construction techniques or visitors to pause for photographs where weary watchmen once stood scanning empty horizons. These towers existed for one practical purpose: to remain standing, to keep watching, to outlast storms, seasons, rulers, and sometimes even the civilizations that built them. And while the masons eventually packed away their tools and returned home, another group of ordinary people was only just arriving. The builders had finished their work. Now the watchmen would begin there. By the time the last stone had been set into place, the roof secured against another season of coastal storms, and the beacon platform carefully tested, the builders packed up their tools and disappeared. Over the hills, their work was finished. The tower now belonged to someone else. Not to a famous general. Not to a wealthy governor. Not even to the emperor whose officials had approved the construction. It belonged to the men who would spend their days, and far too many of their nights, watching an endless horizon. History almost never remembers their names. Ancient records are wonderfully enthusiastic when describing victorious commanders, political conspiracies, or elaborate triumphal processions through city streets. A watchman who faithfully stared at the sea for 15 years without allowing a single pirate to slip past? Apparently, that was considered less exciting. Which is a shame, because these ordinary men quietly held together an enormous defensive network that stretched across countless miles of coastline. So, who exactly were they? The answer depended on the civilization, the century, and sometimes the importance of the tower itself. Some were professional soldiers. Others were local militia. A few were veterans whose younger days of marching across battlefields had finally caught up with their knees. Standing on a tower was considerably less demanding than chasing enemy cavalry, at least most of the time. Roman coastal watchtowers, for example, were often staffed by soldiers drawn from nearby forts or naval units. These men already understood discipline. They knew how to maintain equipment, follow schedules, and remain alert during long watches. Whether they actually enjoyed remaining alert through endless quiet afternoons was another question entirely. Military life rarely involved voting on assignments. Orders arrived. You obeyed. If those orders happened to include spending the next several months on a windy cliff where your closest companions were seagulls, well, One learned to appreciate the seagulls. Eventually, Greek city-states often relied upon combinations of soldiers and trusted local citizens. Smaller communities simply could not spare large permanent garrisons for every watchtower scattered along their shores. Instead, experienced men familiar with local waters sometimes shared responsibility. Who better to recognize an unfamiliar ship than someone who had spent decades fishing those same waters? Knowledge of the sea could be just as valuable as skill with a spear. Age also played an interesting role. Young recruits frequently imagined military life as one long sequence of glorious adventures. Reality had an unfortunate habit of assigning them to places where absolutely nothing happened for weeks. Veterans, meanwhile, often viewed tower duty rather differently. After surviving real battles, a quiet cliff overlooking peaceful water could almost seem like a reward. Almost. The wind still had opinions. Many watchmen had already lived complicated lives before climbing those lonely staircases for the first time. Some had marched across distant provinces. Some carried scars earned during forgotten campaigns. Others had families waiting in villages several miles inland. Children growing older without seeing their fathers every evening. Wives managing farms or businesses while hoping the next supply wagon would bring a letter. Although letters, of course, traveled rather more slowly than modern text messages. No one in the ancient world ever complained that someone had left them unread. Communication was limited enough that receiving any message at all felt like a small celebration. Assignments varied greatly in length. Some guards rotated every few weeks. Others remained for months. In especially remote locations, changing the garrison depended entirely upon weather conditions and supply schedules. If winter storms made the coastal paths impassable, the current watchmen simply stayed where they were, whether they had planned to or not. Nature occasionally extended military contracts without asking permission. Most towers housed only a handful of men, perhaps 2, perhaps 4. Rarely more than a dozen unless the location protected an especially important harbor. Imagine living inside a stone building with the same 5 people every single day. No new faces, no crowded marketplaces, no festivals, no taverns filled with cheerful conversation. Just the same voices discussing the same weather, the same birds, and the same suspicious-looking cloud that definitely resembled the ship until everyone realized it was simply another cloud. The sea enjoys playing practical jokes on tired eyes. These tiny communities develop their own rhythms. One man prepared breakfast. Another inspected the beacon. Someone checked stored food for signs of moisture or unwelcome visitors with far too many legs. Others took turns scanning the horizon. Every task mattered. Even simple routines prevented larger problems from quietly developing. Discipline became essential, not because officers constantly watched them. Quite the opposite. Most of the time, nobody watched the watchman. That unusual freedom demanded unusual responsibility. A careless guard might neglect repairing damaged shutters. Weeks later, a violent storm could tear the roof apart. Someone who failed to replace damp firewood might discover, at precisely the wrong moment, that the emergency beacon refused to light. The consequences of small mistakes often arrived much later, and usually during terrible weather. Many commanders therefore selected men known for reliability rather than extraordinary bravery. Bravery was certainly useful if pirates suddenly appeared. Reliability mattered every ordinary day in between. A dependable watchman checked equipment whether anyone reminded him or not. He climbed the observation platform before sunrise because that was his duty. He maintained the signal fire, recorded unusual ships, watched changing weather, completed tasks so repetitive that modern office workers might recognize the feeling immediately. Some jobs never really change. Only the scenery does. Despite military discipline, boredom remained a constant companion. Human beings are remarkably inventive when left alone for long enough. Some guards carved names or symbols into wooden beams. Others whittled small figures from scraps of timber. Dice games became popular whenever duties allowed. Simple board games passed long evenings. Stories were told again and again until everyone knew every detail by heart. The oldest veteran always insisted the storm from 20 years ago had been much worse. The youngest recruit remained politely skeptical. Some traditions also never disappear. Religious beliefs accompanied the watchmen wherever they served. Small shrines sometimes occupied quiet corners of the tower. A carved figure, a simple altar, a protective charm hanging above the doorway. Before beginning a difficult watch, many men offered brief prayers for calm seas, clear skies, and an uneventful shift. Not because they lacked courage, because experience had taught them that the sea rarely respected confidence. Good fortune always remained welcome. Even among disciplined soldiers, friendships formed naturally in these isolated places. Shared hardship has a curious way of bringing people together. The man beside you during a freezing winter night eventually became more than another soldier. He became someone who understood exactly what this strange life demanded. Someone who noticed when your mood darkened. Someone willing to share the last piece of bread or take an extra watch while you recovered from illness. Isolation encouraged cooperation. Arguments certainly happened. Living together inside a cramped stone tower almost guaranteed occasional disagreements. Perhaps someone neglected cleaning duties. Perhaps another guard snored with astonishing determination. Perhaps everyone had grown slightly tired of hearing the same fishing story for the 47th time. Yet serious conflicts rarely benefited anyone. There was nowhere else to go. One of the more overlooked qualities required for tower duty was patience. Not heroic courage, not unmatched strength. Simply patience. Patience to stare at an empty horizon for hours without allowing the mind to wander too far. Patience to perform familiar routines exactly the same way every day. Patience to accept that success often meant absolutely nothing happened. History celebrates dramatic moments. The watchman's life was built almost entirely from quiet ones. And perhaps that is precisely why these men deserve our attention. They stood where others preferred not to stand. They watched while others slept. They accepted solitude so entire communities could live with greater peace of mind. Few received medals. Fewer still became famous. Most returned home eventually, carrying little more than weathered faces, aching joints, and memories of endless blue horizons that stretched farther than words could easily describe. Tomorrow morning, another watch would begin. Another sunrise over the sea. Another careful inspection of the beacon. Another long day spent searching for distant sails that everyone secretly hoped would never appear. Because in the lonely world of the ancient coastal watchtower, the best day was often the quietest one. Morning arrived long before the sun. Not because ancient watchmen were particularly enthusiastic about waking early, but because the sea had a habit of hiding its intentions beneath the first pale light of dawn. If an unfamiliar ship appeared on the horizon, the earliest hours often provided the best chance of spotting it before it reached the coast. So while most nearby villages still slept beneath wool blankets, the tower was already stirring. The first man awake rarely needed an alarm. The wind took care of that. It whistled through narrow window slits, rattled heavy wooden shutters, and occasionally found tiny cracks. After enough months in the tower, most guards became experts at distinguishing ordinary sounds from those worth investigating. A loose roof beam. Ignore it. A gull landing on the beacon. Probably harmless. Someone pounding urgently on the entrance door before sunrise. That usually deserved attention. The watchman climbed a narrow staircase to the observation platform, while the eastern sky was still painted in shades of deep blue and soft gray. The climb itself had become automatic. One hand on the worn stone wall, another carrying a small oil lamp if darkness still lingered. Step after step, the same staircase he had climbed hundreds of times before. Eventually, the cold morning air greeted him as he emerged onto the roof. The world stretched endlessly in every direction. The sea below looked calm enough to convince an inexperienced traveler that it had never caused trouble in its entire existence. The sea, of course, was an accomplished liar. It had centuries of practice. The watchman began with a slow, careful sweep of the horizon. Not a quick glance. Not a casual look. A deliberate inspection. He examined the eastern waters first, where the rising sun could sometimes make distant sails difficult to distinguish from shimmering reflections. Then he turned south, west, finally north, depending on the coastline beneath the tower. Every section received equal attention. The human eye naturally wants to hurry through familiar scenery. Training taught him to resist that temptation. Yesterday's empty horizon guaranteed nothing about today. Below, another guard emerged from the sleeping quarters and began preparing breakfast. There would be nothing extravagant. A piece of coarse bread, perhaps some cheese, olives if supplies remained generous, dried figs when available. Salted fish appeared often enough that even the cats wandering nearby villages might have politely declined another serving. Fresh food depended entirely on recent supply deliveries. When wagons arrived late because heavy rain had turned mountain paths into rivers of mud, everyone became unexpectedly appreciative of preserved foods. Breakfast finished quickly. Duty always came first. One man inspected the beacon. The fire pit needed cleaning. Fresh wood required stacking beneath protective coverings. Dry kindling had to remain absolutely dry. It is surprisingly difficult to create an emergency signal with damp firewood. Another guard checked water supplies. Rainwater stored inside carefully carved cisterns represented life itself. Each container was examined for leaks. Water levels were noted almost automatically. If the dry season lasted longer than expected, careful rationing began well before anyone grew desperate. Ancient watchmen understood something modern people often forget. Water is remarkably heavy. Carrying every drop uphill made wasting it feel almost personally offensive. Equipment inspection followed. Spears leaned against interior walls. Short swords rested in their sheaths. Bows, where available, required checking for moisture damage. Arrow shafts warped easily if stored carelessly. Leather straps cracked beneath constant exposure to salty air. Iron fittings developed rust with impressive determination. The sea possessed many admirable qualities. Helping preserve military equipment was not among them. Once the practical chores were complete, the longest responsibility of the day truly began. Watching, hour after hour. From a distance, the watchman appeared perfectly still. Inside his mind, however, constant calculations unfolded. That fishing boat belonged to the nearby village. Those merchant sails matched a familiar trading route. Those birds were diving towards schools of fish. That cloud looked unusually dark. That distant vessel. Had it changed course? He never stopped observing. Sometimes another guard joined him. Conversation remained quiet. Too much talking distracted attention. Besides, after living together for months, silence became remarkably comfortable. No one felt obligated to fill every quiet moment with words. The sea provided enough company. As the sun climbed higher, heat settled over the stone tower. The thick walls kept interior rooms pleasantly cool compared to the blazing observation platform. Midday often became the least comfortable part of the watch. No shade, little breeze, bright sunlight reflecting from endless water. The horizon shimmered with dancing waves that blurred distant objects into uncertain shapes. A dark speck might be a ship, or a floating log, or simply tired eyes playing tricks again. Experience gradually sharpened judgment. Young recruits occasionally announced exciting discoveries with great confidence. Ship approaching from the south. The veterans would squint thoughtfully before replying. No, it's a cloud. A few minutes later. Indeed, cloud. The sea has always enjoyed embarrassing beginners. When traffic appeared, everything changed. Merchant ships rarely traveled unnoticed. The watchman counted masts, estimated speed, observed direction. Not every passing vessel required concern, but every unfamiliar vessel deserved attention. If something seemed unusual, neighboring towers received signals. Sometimes simple smoke during daylight, fire after sunset, flags under clear conditions. Each method carried agreed meanings understood throughout the coastal defense network. Communication relied less upon complicated messages than clear warnings. Enemy approaching, merchant convoy arriving, storm moving along the coast. Assistance required. Simple, reliable, effective. The afternoon brought maintenance. Stone walls demanded constant care. Loose mortar needed replacing. Wooden doors required repair. Rusty hinges benefited from oil whenever supplies allowed. Nothing dramatic. Just steady work preventing small problems from becoming expensive disasters. Entire civilizations have quietly depended upon people willing to perform boring maintenance. History rarely applauds them. History certainly notices when they stop. Occasionally, travelers climbed the winding path toward the tower. Supply wagons, military messengers, local fishermen delivering fresh catches in exchange for assistance or protection. News traveled with these visitors. A new governor appointed inland, poor harvests in neighboring valleys, successful merchant expeditions, rumors of pirates operating farther down the coast. For isolated watchmen, such conversations felt almost luxurious. Fresh stories, different voices, a reminder that the wider world still existed beyond the endless sea. Sadly, visitors never stayed long. Supplies unloaded, messages exchanged, goodbyes offered. Soon enough, only the sound of retreating footsteps remained. Evening approached slowly. The fierce heat softened. Long shadows stretched across the cliffs. Seabirds returned toward their nesting places. Fishing boats headed home before darkness covered the water. The watchman's attention sharpened once more. Twilight could hide approaching ships surprisingly well. Light faded unevenly across the sea. Dark silhouettes became increasingly difficult to identify. Every shape deserved careful examination. Inside the tower, dinner waited. Perhaps lentils cooked over a small fire. Coarse bread again. Cheese. Olive oil. Maybe a little wine watered down according to common ancient practice. No elaborate banquets. No musicians. No cheering crowds. Just a handful of tired men sharing another simple meal while discussing tomorrow's weather. Then came night. One of history's oldest responsibilities began again. Someone had to remain awake. The stars emerged overhead with breathtaking clarity. Far from city lights, the heavens appeared almost impossibly crowded. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness like a pale river. The moon painted silver paths across calm water. Beautiful, peaceful, deceptively so. Darkness concealed dangers daylight revealed immediately. A small boat hugging the shoreline became nearly invisible. Signal fires gained greater importance. Every distant beacon glowing on neighboring cliffs reassured the watchman that others remained awake as well. He was alone, but not entirely. Somewhere beyond the darkness, another lonely guard stood beside another lonely fire, staring across another stretch of silent sea, separated by miles, connected by duty. As midnight passed, fatigue crept quietly into tired muscles. Eyes strained against the darkness. The wind grew cooler. Waves continued their endless conversation with the rocks below. Eventually, another guard climbed the staircase to take over. A few quiet words. Nothing unusual. Calm sea. No strange ships. Beacon checked. Everything secure. The first watchman descended to the sleeping quarters. Tomorrow would look remarkably similar. Another sunrise. Another inspection. Another careful sweep of the horizon. It may sound repetitive, perhaps even monotonous. Yet that steady rhythm formed the invisible heartbeat of ancient coastal security. Every ordinary day without alarm meant villages remained peaceful. Merchants continued trading. Families slept safely. Sometimes civilization depends not upon extraordinary heroes, but upon ordinary people doing the same quiet job extraordinarily well. There is a particular kind of silence that only exists beside the sea. It isn't true silence, of course. The waves never stop moving. The wind never completely rests. Seabirds continue their endless arguments with one another as though every fish in the Mediterranean belongs exclusively to them. Yet after enough hours standing atop a lonely watchtower, all those sounds begin to blend together until they form something almost hypnotic. A steady rhythm, a quiet companion, an endless backdrop to another day of watching. The ancient watchman knew this rhythm better than almost anyone. Hour after hour, he stood on the observation platform with the horizon stretched before him like an enormous painted line separating two worlds. Above it, the sky. Below it, the sea. Between them, possibility. Most of the time, absolutely nothing happened. And strangely enough, that was exactly what everyone hoped for. Modern life has trained many of us to expect constant excitement. Notifications arrive every few minutes. News changes every hour. Entertainment is never more than a few seconds away. An ancient coastal watchman would have found that pace completely exhausting. His world moved differently. Very differently. Sometimes an entire morning passed without seeing a single sail. Not one. Only waves rolling toward the shore with the patience of something that had been doing exactly the same thing for millions of years. There is something humbling about staring at the sea for long enough. At first, your mind races. You notice every bird, every cloud, every sparkle of sunlight dancing across the water. Then gradually your thoughts begin to slow. The horizon seems less like a destination and more like a companion. Ancient philosophers often wrote about contemplation, about allowing the mind to settle through observation. Whether the watchmen intended to become philosophers is another matter entirely. Still, they had plenty of opportunities. When there is nothing to look at except an empty ocean, the mind has remarkable freedom to wander. Perhaps one guard thought about his family. He imagined his daughter taking her first uncertain steps while he remained several days' journey away. Maybe she had already learned to speak. Perhaps she barely remembered his face. The sea offered no answers. Another man might replay old battles in his memory. The clash of shields, the dust, the shouting. Compared with those violent days, the endless water before him almost felt unreal. The silence could become louder than any battlefield. Some watched the weather with almost scientific curiosity. Clouds became familiar companions. High, thin clouds often promised fair conditions. Dark banks gathering far offshore suggested rain. The color of the sea itself changed with the light. Morning painted it pale blue. Midday turned it brilliant silver beneath the blazing sun. Evening softened everything into deep shades of violet and gold. The watchmen learned to read these changes as naturally as farmers read their fields. He had to. A sudden storm could hide ships almost completely. Strong winds might push merchant vessels dangerously close to rocky shores. Knowing the sea's moods was part of staying alive. Then there were the birds. Modern birdwatchers would probably have admired the variety. The watchmen may have appreciated them somewhat less. Gulls cried endlessly. Cormorants skimmed low over the waves before disappearing beneath the surface in search of fish. Cormorants, unlike certain ambitious politicians throughout history, actually proved quite good at diving into their work. Large seabirds sometimes circled high above schools of fish, unknowingly providing useful clues to nearby fishermen. The guards noticed these patterns. After enough years, they knew which birds belonged to which seasons, which migrations signaled changing weather, which unusual movements might even suggest something unexpected approaching from beyond the horizon. Nature often whispered before it shouted. One of the greatest challenges was distinguishing real danger from harmless illusion. The sea delights in creating mirages. Warm air rising above cool water bends light in curious ways. Distant islands appear to float. Clouds resemble sails. Shimmering reflections transform empty horizons into mysterious shapes. A young watchman might grip the tower wall with sudden excitement. Ships. An older veteran would narrow his eyes. Wait. A few patient minutes later, the magnificent invading fleet quietly transformed back into ordinary clouds. The sea had won another round. Experience taught caution. Better to observe carefully than raise unnecessary alarms. Lighting an emergency beacon carried consequences. Nearby soldiers would prepare for battle. Messengers would ride inland. Villages might panic. One false signal damaged confidence throughout the entire warning system. Accuracy mattered just as much as vigilance. That responsibility weighed heavily on every guard. Imagine being the only person watching 50 miles of coastline. No binoculars, no telescope, just your own eyesight and years of practice. If you missed something, no satellite would correct your mistake. No aircraft would fly overhead for confirmation. No radio operator would call with updated information. The decision rested entirely upon one pair of human eyes. That is both astonishing and slightly terrifying. The sea itself rarely looked the same for long. Gentle mornings often surrendered to restless afternoons. A light breeze strengthened into steady wind. Tiny ripples became rolling waves. Far offshore, whitecaps appeared one after another until the entire surface seemed alive. The watchman noticed every change. He almost had to. Weather shaped everything. Merchants delayed departures. Fishing boats returned early. Supply wagons adjusted their schedules. Even neighboring towers became harder to see when mist drifted inland. Some days the horizon vanished completely. Fog settled across the water like an enormous gray curtain. Visibility shrank from miles to mere hundreds of feet. Those were uncomfortable days. The tower still stood. The beacon remained ready. The guards continued their watches, but uncertainty lingered. What lay beyond that wall of mist? Peaceful fishing boats, merchant convoys, pirates quietly rowing toward shore. No one knew until the fog finally lifted. Human imagination tends to fill empty spaces with possibilities, not always pleasant ones. Night brought another transformation. The sea disappeared almost entirely. Only moonlight revealed its restless surface. On darker evenings, the water merged with the sky until the horizon itself vanished. The watchman relied upon sound as much as sight. The crash of distant waves, the creak of wooden ships, the faint splash of oars. Sometimes nothing unusual happened. Sometimes every mysterious noise seemed worthy of investigation. Fatigue complicated everything. After hours of staring into darkness, Even experienced guards occasionally questioned their own senses. Was that really movement? Or simply tired eyes? The stars became trusted companions during these long hours. Without modern light pollution, the heavens stretched brilliantly overhead. Ancient sailors navigated by those stars. Watchmen learned them almost as well. Constellations marked the passing hours. Certain stars rising above the eastern horizon quietly announced that dawn was approaching. Time itself seemed written across the night sky. Perhaps the hardest part of watching endless seas was accepting how little control one actually possessed. The watchman could observe. He could report. He could warn. He could not command the weather. He could not calm the waves. He could not stop enemy ships simply by seeing them. His task ended where others' responsibilities began. That required humility. Not every important job involves solving the problem directly. Sometimes the greatest service is simply noticing the problem early enough for someone else to act. History often overlooks such people, yet civilizations quietly depend upon them. There were moments, though, when the endless waiting rewarded patience. Far out on the horizon, where sea met sky in a line so thin it almost disappeared, a tiny white triangle might suddenly appear. Then another, and another. Sails. Real ones this time. The watchman straightened instinctively. The long hours of stillness ended in an instant. His eyes measured distance, direction, speed, number of vessels. Every observation mattered. Most often, the approaching ships proved harmless. Merchant traders following familiar routes, fishing boats returning home, friendly naval patrols. The tower remained quiet. No alarm, no beacon. Life continued, but occasionally, very occasionally, the ships did not belong there. And in those rare moments, the lonely watchman standing above the ancient coastline became the first line of defense for everyone living beyond the cliffs. Imagine trying to send an urgent message 100 miles without a telephone, without a radio, without a horse fast enough to outrun a favorable wind, and perhaps most importantly, without the luxury of typing. Could everyone see this into a group chat? For the civilizations of the ancient coastline, the answer was surprisingly elegant. They used fire, and when the sun was high enough to make flames difficult to see, they used smoke. Simple ideas often survive the longest. Long before towers lined the shores of the Mediterranean, people had already discovered that a bright fire on a hill could be seen from an astonishing distance. A single flame might not mean much by itself, but a chain of carefully positioned fires could carry a warning farther than even the fastest messenger. The lonely watchtower was never meant to stand alone. It was one voice in a much larger conversation. During daylight, thick columns of smoke drifted into the sky, announcing that something required attention. At night, brilliant flames pierced the darkness, visible from neighboring towers perched on distant cliffs. One watchman lit his beacon. A second tower saw it. Its own beacon flared to life. Then another, and another. The warning raced down the coastline, not because the fire itself traveled, but because people did. Or rather, because they were already standing exactly where they needed to be. It was an ancient relay system powered entirely by vigilance. Every link depended upon the next. One inattentive guard could interrupt the entire chain. No pressure, Preparing a beacon required far more work than simply striking a spark. The fuel had to remain dry through months of rain, sea spray, and stubborn coastal humidity. Wood was carefully stacked beneath covered shelters. Brush, reeds, and resin-rich branches were sorted according to how quickly they would ignite. Some towers kept bundles of dried grasses specifically for emergency use. Others stored pitch or tar to create darker, thicker smoke that stood out dramatically against a bright afternoon sky. Nothing about the beacon was accidental. Everything had been planned long before the first alarm ever sounded. The watchman inspected these supplies almost every day. Dry wood today meant a successful signal tomorrow. Wet would mostly produce disappointment, along with a rather embarrassing amount of smoke that refused to cooperate. Many towers also maintained permanent fire pits built from carefully fitted stone. These protected the flames from fierce coastal winds while directing smoke upward instead of allowing it to scatter across the cliffs. Some included raised iron baskets. Others relied upon shallow stone basins. The design varied across civilizations, but the goal remained remarkably consistent. Light the signal quickly. Keep it visible. Make absolutely certain the neighboring tower notices. Visibility shaped nearly every decision. Builders selected high ground not only for watching the sea, but for watching one another. Each tower occupied a place where the next station could be seen on a reasonably clear day. Sometimes the distance stretched 15 miles, sometimes 20, occasionally even farther when towering cliffs offered exceptional visibility. The Mediterranean itself became a giant communication corridor. Smoke rose. As noticed. Fire answered. The message continued. Historians sometimes compare these beacon systems to primitive telegraphs. The comparison is surprisingly fair. Both relied upon stations passing information rapidly across great distances. Neither required someone to physically carry the message from beginning to end. Of course, ancient signals lacked modern precision. You could not send detailed instructions such as, "Please tell Commander Marcus that 12 pirate ships are approaching from the southwest," while also reminding him that someone forgot to collect yesterday's grain shipment. Fire simply wasn't that conversational. Instead, signals conveyed broad meanings. Danger. Enemies sighted. Assistance required. Prepare defenses. Different civilizations developed their own codes. Some varied the number of smoke columns. Others used repeated flashes of fire after sunset. Certain Greek military writers even described systems using combinations of torches held at different heights to represent more detailed messages. These methods demanded careful training. Misunderstanding a signal could create enormous confusion. Imagine an entire coastal province preparing for invasion because someone accidentally built an unusually smoky cooking fire. The commanding officer would probably have questions. Quite a few, in fact. Discipline, therefore, surrounded every beacon. No unnecessary fires. No careless experiments. No lighting the emergency signal merely because someone thought it looked impressive after sunset. Everyone understood the stakes. A false alarm wasted resources. A missed alarm endangered lives. Some watchmen probably spent years maintaining their beacon without ever using it in genuine emergency. Others experienced the opposite. One quiet afternoon suddenly transformed into frantic activity. The distant outline of unfamiliar ships appeared beyond the horizon. Training replaced hesitation. One guard continued watching the approaching vessels. Another hurried toward the prepared fuel. Dry kindling, stacked wood, flint striking steel. A shower of sparks. Within moments, flames climbed eagerly through carefully arranged branches. Dark smoke rolled skyward. Somewhere beyond the next headland, another lonely watchman looked up. His ordinary afternoon ended instantly. He repeated the process. Then another tower did the same. The coastline itself seemed to awaken. Imagine standing in a quiet fishing village many miles inland. The day begins like countless others. Children help mend nets. Farmers work nearby fields. Merchants argue politely, or perhaps slightly less politely, about prices. Then someone notices smoke rising from the distant cliffs. One beacon, then another farther away. The meaning becomes clear long before any messenger arrives. Something is happening at sea. Suddenly, ordinary conversations stop. Boats hurry toward harbor. Animals are gathered. Weapons retrieved. Town gates inspected. The warning has arrived hours before the danger itself. That precious time was exactly what the towers existed to provide. Weather naturally refused to make life easy. Heavy rain could weaken the fire. Strong winds scattered smoke. Dense fog swallowed entire coastlines. Even the brightest beacon became useless if nobody could see it. Experienced watchmen learned to adapt. On misty days, they watched even more carefully. Knowing visibility had become everyone's greatest weakness. Sometimes messengers on horseback supplemented the beacon system. Sometimes naval patrols carried warnings directly between ports. Fire remained essential, but it was never the only layer of communication. Ancient civilizations rarely trusted a single method when several could work together. Night transformed the entire system. Darkness erased the smoke but magnified the flames. A beacon blazing atop a lonely cliff could be seen from astonishing distances. Across calm water, the light shimmered like a second star resting upon the earth. To weary sailors, those distant fires offered reassurance. Someone remained awake. Someone watched. Someone stood ready if danger appeared. There was comfort in that thought, even for the watchmen themselves. Standing beside the glowing beacon during a quiet night, a guard might glance toward neighboring cliffs. Far away, another tiny flame flickered against the darkness. Then another. Invisible during the day, the entire defensive network revealed itself after sunset, not through walls or soldiers, through light. Small islands of fire connected by duty rather than roads. Perhaps that is the most remarkable aspect of these ancient communication systems. They depended less upon technology than trust. Every watchman trusted the next tower to remain alert. Every village trusted the watchman to recognize danger. Every commander trusted the signals enough to act before confirming every detail. Trust built the network as surely as stone built the towers. And most nights, nothing happened. The beacons remained dark. The prepared firewood waited patiently beneath its shelter. The watchman scanned an empty horizon beneath countless stars. He almost certainly hoped it would stay that way until sunrise, because once the beacon burst into flame, silence ended, routine disappeared, and somewhere beyond the dark sea, something or someone was coming. For all the careful planning that went into building a coastal watchtower, there remained one opponent that cared very little about engineering: the weather. An enemy fleet might arrive once every few years. A determined pirate captain might appear once in a generation. But storms? Storms visited whenever they pleased. The ancient watchmen learned this lesson quickly. A calm morning could begin with the sea lying as smooth as polished glass. Fishing boats drifted lazily beyond the harbor. The air smelled of salt and warm stone. Even the gulls seemed unusually relaxed, floating on invisible currents as though they had collectively decided today required very little effort. Then, almost without warning, something changed. The wind shifted. Not dramatically, just enough for an experienced guard to notice. The breeze that had been blowing gently from the south now arrived in uncertain gusts from the west. The waves lost their tidy rhythm. Clouds gathered along the horizon, dark enough to make the bright afternoon seem slightly dimmer. To an ordinary traveler, it might still look like pleasant weather. To a veteran watchman, it looked like work. Long before the first raindrops struck the tower walls, preparations began. Loose tools disappeared indoors. Wood stacked near the beacon was covered with heavy cloth or leather. Water jars were secured against rolling across the stone floor. Shutters were inspected one final time. Every rope was tightened. Every latch was checked. The tower had survived dozens of storms before. No one intended to lose it because someone forgot to close a window. The sea often announced its anger gradually. The gentle waves grew taller. Foamy white crests appeared farther offshore. Fishing boats that had confidently sailed out at sunrise now turned hurriedly toward home. Their captains needed no official warning. Generations spent living beside the Mediterranean had taught them to read the sky with remarkable accuracy. Sometimes they even noticed trouble before the watchman did. Experience has many teachers. The weather is one of the strictest. As afternoon faded, the storm finally arrived. The first gust slammed into the tower with enough force to make the heavy wooden door groan against its hinges. Dust swirled across the observation platform. Loose pebbles bounced toward the cliff edge before disappearing into the roaring surf below. Then came the rain. Not gentle rain. Not the quiet kind that waters gardens while poets stare thoughtfully out of windows. This rain attacked sideways. Driven by fierce coastal winds, it struck the stone walls almost horizontally, forcing water into every tiny crack the builders had overlooked. The watchman pulled his cloak tighter, though it offered only symbolic resistance. Within minutes, nearly everything was soaked. Salt spray joined a rain, blown high above the crashing waves. The sea itself seemed determined to climb the cliffs. Far below, enormous waves exploded against ancient rocks with thunderous force. White water leaped skyward, hanging briefly in the air before falling back into the churning sea. The sound became overwhelming. Conversation was almost impossible. Even shouting often disappeared into the wind. If neighboring towers existed somewhere beyond the storm, they had vanished completely. Visibility shrank to almost nothing. The horizon simply ceased to exist. Sky and sea merged into a single gray wall of moving water. This was one of the watchman's greatest frustrations. The tower remained standing. The beacon remained ready. The guards remained alert. Yet they could see almost nothing. If enemy ships approached under such conditions, they might remain hidden until they were dangerously close. Fortunately, sensible captains generally avoided sailing through violent coastal storms. The sea was already trying hard enough to sink them without adding military adventures to the schedule. Inside the tower, life became an exercise in endurance. Rainwater dripped through tiny gaps in the roof. The fire burned reluctantly, filling the room with the smell of damp wood and thin streams of smoke that searched for every possible escape. Wet cloaks hung from wooden pegs. Boots gathered near the hearth. The stone walls, so reassuring during clear weather, now seemed to amplify every howl of the wind. Each powerful gust produced strange sounds. Low moans, sharp whistles, sudden bangs as shutters rattled against their iron fittings. A young recruit spending his first winter in the tower might lie awake wondering whether the entire building intended to tumble into the sea before morning. The veterans usually remained calmer, not because they enjoyed storms, because they had survived enough of them to recognize the difference between frightening noises and genuine danger. Ancient towers were built to move slightly, not enough for anyone to notice comfortably, just enough to absorb the tremendous forces pressing against them. Stone that refused to flex at all often cracked. Stone that yielded a little endured. There is probably a quiet lesson hidden somewhere in that observation. Nature seldom rewards absolute rigidity. Lightning occasionally transformed the darkness into brilliant daylight. For a heartbeat, the coastline appeared with astonishing clarity. Tower walls, jagged cliffs, foaming waves, wind-twisted trees bending toward the land. Then everything disappeared again into darkness. The watchman counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Thunder. The storm remained several miles away. Another flash. 1. Thunder almost immediately. Closer this time. Perhaps uncomfortably close. Although ancient people understood lightning differently from modern scientists, they certainly appreciated one practical fact. Standing on the highest point along the coastline during a thunderstorm was rarely an ideal career choice. The beacon platform suddenly seemed much less attractive. Still, someone had to remain alert. Duty did not politely excuse itself because the weather had become unpleasant. Throughout the night, the guards worked in shifts. One monitored the structure for damage. Another checked the water stores, ensuring precious rainwater flowed into the cistern rather than simply washing away. Someone else remained ready to protect the beacon fuel if leaking rain threatened to ruin the carefully stored firewood. Every task mattered, even during the storm, especially during the storm. Morning eventually arrived, though the sunrise remained hidden behind thick clouds. The wind eased first, then the rain softened. Gradually, almost reluctantly, the sea surrendered its fury. The waves still rolled heavily against the cliffs, but their violence diminished with every passing hour. The watchman climbed cautiously onto the observation platform. The air smelled astonishingly fresh. Everything glistened. Tiny streams trickled down rocky slopes that had been dry only yesterday. Broken branches littered the pathways. A section of wooden railing leaned at an awkward angle, clearly losing an argument with the wind sometime during the night. Repairs would begin immediately. Storms rarely ended the work. They simply created more of it. Then came the inspection. The walls remained solid. Good. The beacon shelter still stood. Excellent. The roof had lost several tiles. Annoying, but manageable. One shutter had torn free from its hinges. That would require new iron fittings. Nearby, a supply barrel had escaped its corner and rolled halfway across the room, apparently deciding it had always wanted to explore the tower. Someone sighed. There's always something. Far below, the coastline revealed the storm's wider story. Small fishing boats rested safely in the harbor. Others had broken their moorings and washed ashore. Pieces of driftwood covered the beaches. Seaweed hung from rocks several feet above the normal tide line, quietly proving just how high the waves had climbed during the night. The storm had passed. The tower remained. That alone counted as success. Over decades, these lonely buildings endured hundreds of such tempests. Each left tiny scars. A weathered stone, a repaired doorway, a replacement roof beam. No single storm usually destroyed a well-built watchtower. Instead, the sea practiced patience. Year after year, wave after wave, wind after wind, it slowly tested every joint, every block, and every beam. Maintenance became a conversation with nature that never truly ended. And yet, remarkably, many towers survived. Not because they were indestructible, because generations of forgotten watchmen repaired them again and again, refusing to let storms claim what civilization had entrusted to their care. As the skies cleared and the first patches of blue returned overhead, the watchman resumed his familiar place on the observation platform. The horizon slowly reappeared. Calm returned. Routine returned. But experienced guards knew better than to relax completely. Because while storms could batter the towers with wind and rain, there was another danger that sometimes emerged only after the weather cleared. Dark sails on the horizon. Captains who understood that exhausted watchmen and damaged coastlines made tempting targets. There were few sights capable of making an ancient watchman straighten his back faster than a group of unfamiliar sails appearing where only empty sea had existed a few moments earlier. Not every ship carried danger. Most did not. Merchant vessels followed established trade routes with comforting regularity. Fishing boats hugged the coastline, rarely wandering far from familiar waters. Naval patrols often announced themselves long before they reached the tower. But every now and then, something looked wrong. Perhaps the ships were sailing unusually close to shore. Perhaps they carried no obvious trade cargo. Perhaps they moved together with the quiet confidence of men who had no intention of paying harbor fees. Or perhaps it was simply the watchman's instinct, honed through years of staring across endless water, that whispered a single unsettling thought. Those don't belong here. For thousands of years, piracy was one of the Mediterranean's most persistent problems. Whenever valuable cargo crossed the sea, someone inevitably decided it would be much easier to steal it than earn it. Human creativity has always been impressive. Its moral direction has occasionally been less so. Ancient pirates came from many different backgrounds. Some were desperate fishermen whose livelihoods had collapsed after poor seasons. Others were former soldiers left unemployed after wars ended. Still others belonged to organized bands that treated piracy less as an occasional crime and more as a remarkably unpleasant profession. Unlike the colorful pirates of modern adventure stories, these men rarely wore dramatic hats or spent their afternoons searching for buried treasure. They sought something far more practical. Cargo, food, money, weapons, and tragically, people. In many periods of ancient history, captured sailors and coastal villagers could be sold into slavery. That grim reality meant pirate attacks threatened far more than trade. They threatened families. Small fishing villages understood this danger better than anyone. Many communities were built close enough to the sea to launch boats easily, but far enough inland to provide at least a little protection from sudden raids. Homes clustered together. Narrow paths led toward higher ground. Some villages even maintained simple refuge walls where residents could gather if warning arrived in time. That phrase, "if warning arrived in time," was exactly why the Watchtower existed. Imagine standing atop the tower on a bright summer afternoon. The storm from yesterday has disappeared entirely. The sky stretches cloudless above calm blue water. The air feels warm, peaceful, almost lazy. Then, far beyond the horizon, your eyes catch something unusual. One sail, then another. Soon, several dark shapes emerge from the shimmering heat. At first, they seem harmless. Distance disguises everything, even danger. The watchman narrows his. Years of experience have taught him not to trust first impressions. Merchant ships usually follow predictable routes. These vessels do not. Fishing boats often travel alone or in pairs. These move together. Their speed seems unusual, not rushed, purposeful. As the minutes pass, the pattern becomes clearer. The ships are heading toward a quiet stretch of coastline where several small villages lie beyond the cliffs. There is no major harbor there, no busy port, no obvious trading destination, only isolated communities with limited defenses. The watchman's heartbeat quickens. Training quietly takes control. He does not panic. Panic wastes precious seconds. Instead, he begins observing systematically. How many ships? How large? What direction? How quickly are they approaching? Every detail matters. Another guard joins him on the observation platform. Together they study the distant sails. Neither speaks for several moments. Silence often carries more certainty than hurried conversation. Finally, one nods. No words are necessary. The beacon must be lit. Inside the tower, practiced hands move quickly. Dry kindling, prepared wood, flint against steel. The tiny spark catches. Smoke begins rising into the clear afternoon sky. Dark, thick, impossible to ignore. Several miles away, another lonely watchman notices. His own beacon answers. Then another tower farther along the coast. Within a remarkably short time, the warning travels farther than the pirate ships themselves. That was the genius of the system. The attackers might control the sea. The defenders controlled information. And information often proved just as valuable. Down in the villages, ordinary life changes instantly. Children are called indoors. Fishing boats abandon their nets and race toward shore. Animals are hurried into enclosures. Doors close. Weapons, rarely impressive, often well-used, are gathered from storage. No one knows exactly how much time remains. Perhaps an hour. Perhaps 2. Every minute matters. Meanwhile, the pirate ships continue forward. Their captains almost certainly understand what the rising smoke means. The element of surprise has vanished. Some turn away immediately, deciding easier targets lie elsewhere. Successful pirates generally preferred vulnerable victims. Prepared defenders complicated business considerably. Others continue regardless. Confident crews sometimes believed speed would overcome warning. Occasionally they were right. More often, they discovered waiting soldiers instead of frightened fishermen. The watchman's responsibility does not end once the beacon burns. He continues observing. The ships alter course. He notes it. One vessel separates from the others. He notices. Several sails disappear behind a rocky headland. His attention sharpens even further. Pirates frequently use the coastline itself as a weapon. Hidden coves concealed ships from distant observers. Steep cliffs blocked visibility. Narrow channels forced merchant vessels into predictable routes. The sea offered countless places to hide, provided someone knew where to look. Fortunately, so did the watchmen. Many had spent years studying every curve of the shoreline. They recognized familiar rocks, unusual tides, dangerous reefs, safe anchorages. Knowledge became another form of defense. Some pirate crews underestimated these quiet guards. That was often a mistake. A watchman might not command armies, but he understood the coastline better than almost anyone alive. He knew which bays remained navigable after storms, which beaches allowed easy landings, which cliffs concealed approaching ships until the last possible moment. His observations guided everyone else. There were days, thankfully, when suspicion proved unnecessary. The mysterious sails eventually revealed themselves as merchant convoys delayed by weather. Foreign traders unfamiliar with local routes. Friendly naval patrols returning from distant assignments. The beacon remained unlit. The villages continued their peaceful routines. No one complained. False optimism is far preferable to real disaster. Still, every experienced watchman remembered at least one day when the danger had been genuine. Perhaps he had watched smoke rise from a neighboring village. Perhaps he had seen frightened survivors arrive days later with stories too painful to repeat in full. Those memories stayed with him. They sharpened his eyes. They encouraged caution. Better to spend 10 extra minutes studying distant sails than one lifetime regretting a missed warning. Interestingly, pirates feared the towers almost as much as the villages depended upon them. A hidden coast offered opportunity. A watched coast offered uncertainty. Would soldiers already be waiting? Had nearby towns received the warning? Would naval patrols intercept them before sunset? Every visible watchtower forced pirate captains to ask uncomfortable questions. Sometimes uncertainty alone discouraged an attack. No battle required. No bloodshed. Just the silent presence of a lonely stone tower against the sky. Perhaps that is one of history's quieter victories. The greatest success of these watchmen often came when absolutely nothing happened. No heroic duel, no dramatic last stand, no glorious speeches remembered for centuries. Only a column of smoke, a few cautious decisions, and another peaceful evening for families who never realized how close danger had come. As the unfamiliar ships gradually disappeared beyond the distant horizon, the beacon fire was allowed to die. Thin ribbons of smoke drifted upward before dissolving into the afternoon breeze. The watchman remained where he always stood, eyes fixed upon the sea, because he understood something better than anyone. The horizon never stayed empty forever. Sooner or later, something always appeared. Pirates were the most obvious threat facing a coastal watchman. Loneliness was undoubtedly the most persistent. Pirates might appear once in several years. A violent storm might rage for a few terrifying nights every winter. But solitude reported for duty every single morning. It climbed the tower steps alongside the watchman before sunrise. It sat quietly beside him through the afternoon. It followed him into the sleeping quarters after dark. And unlike every other visitor, it almost never left. From a distance, the watchtowers seemed peaceful. Travelers passing along the coast might glance upward and envy the guards. Imagine spending your days with endless sea views, fresh air, and sunsets that painted the horizon in brilliant shades of gold and crimson. How fortunate those men must be. That illusion usually lasted until someone tried living there. Beauty is a wonderful companion. It is not always enough to replace people. The watchman quickly learned that these towers existed in two very different worlds. There was the physical world, stone walls, the observation platform, the beacon, the endless sea. Then there was the invisible world inside the mind. That landscape changed much more unpredictably. The first few days after arriving at a new tower often felt refreshing. Everything seemed different. The cliffs, the birds, the rhythm of the waves. A newly assigned guard might spend hours simply admiring the scenery. He noticed every fishing boat, every passing cloud, every distant island shimmering beneath the afternoon sun. There was novelty in everything. The second week felt different. The cliffs looked familiar. The same gull landed on the same section of wall every morning with remarkable punctuality. The waves followed their endless routine. Even the horizon began to seem strangely ordinary. By the second month, time itself became difficult to measure. The days blended together so smoothly that remembering whether something happened yesterday or 4 days ago required genuine effort. Modern psychologists sometimes describe this as temporal compression. Ancient watchmen simply called it another Tuesday, or whatever the Roman equivalent happened to be. Routine dominated every waking hour. Wake before dawn. Inspect the beacon. Check the water. Watch the sea. Eat. Repair equipment. Watch the sea again. Sleep. Repeat. Repeat again. Then repeat until the seasons changed. There is something strangely demanding about repetitive work. Not because it is physically exhausting, because it quietly asks the mind to remain alert even when almost nothing changes. The greatest challenge was not staying awake. It was staying attentive. After staring at an empty horizon for hundreds of hours, The human brain naturally begins searching for something, anything to relieve the monotony. Sometimes it found patterns where none existed. A distant cloud suddenly resembled a ship. A floating log became a suspicious vessel. A shadow on the water seemed to move against the current. Experienced watchmen learned to question their own first impressions. The sea possessed an extraordinary talent for encouraging imagination. Conversation became precious. Most towers housed only a handful of men, perhaps 3, perhaps 5, enough for companionship, not quite enough for variety. The same stories circulated endlessly. One veteran described the battle he fought 20 years earlier. A younger guard retold childhood memories from his fishing village. Someone joked about the cook at a nearby military fort whose bread possessed the structural integrity of masonry. The joke improved with repetition. Or perhaps everyone simply became desperate for new material. After several months together, the men knew each other's habits almost perfectly. Who woke first? Who hummed quietly while repairing equipment? Who preferred watching the sunrise in silence? Who always insisted tomorrow's weather would be worse? Even before anyone spoke, the others often knew exactly what was coming. Shared routines created an unusual kind of closeness. Privacy became almost impossible. There were no separate bedrooms. No peaceful corners where someone could disappear for an afternoon. The tower demanded cooperation simply because there was nowhere else to go. Small disagreements occasionally grew larger than they deserved. Imagine living inside a stone building with the same 4 people for months. Now imagine one of them develops a habit of tapping his fingers on the wooden table during every meal. By the 3rd month, that innocent tapping might sound suspiciously like a military campaign against everyone's patience. Fortunately, most watchmen understood the value of compromise. Tomorrow, the person testing your nerves might also be the one standing beside you during a dangerous storm. Getting along became less a matter of friendship than survival. Letters from home, when they arrived, transformed ordinary afternoons into memorable occasions. A messenger climbing the winding path toward a tower often carried more than supplies. Sometimes he carried news. A child born, a successful harvest, a wedding, death. The watchman unfolded the carefully written message with hands roughened by rope and stone. For a few quiet moments, the lonely tower no longer felt quite so isolated. Then the letter ended. The messenger departed. The sea remained. Communication moved slowly. Weeks might pass before a reply reached home. Modern impatience would have struggled terribly. There was no way to ask quick questions. No immediate reassurance. No just checking in. One simply waited. Patiently. Sometimes anxiously. The watchmen found comfort wherever they could. Many paid closer attention to nature than people living in busy towns ever had time to do. They recognized individual seabirds. Not officially, of course, but privately. There goes the noisy one again. That gull always steals fish from the others. I'm fairly certain that cormorant judges me. It sounds amusing. Perhaps it is. Yet human beings have always formed connections with the familiar. Even feathered neighbors became part of daily life. The stars offered another source of quiet companionship. Night after night, the same constellations crossed the sky. The watchmen learned their movements almost unconsciously. Some marked the passing seasons. Others reminded him of stories told during childhood. Looking upward connected him to something larger than the lonely tower beneath his feet. The sea, too, became strangely personal. Its moods felt familiar, its rhythms comforting. Some mornings it welcomed the sunrise gently. Other days it arrived restless, gray, and impatient. The watchman gradually stopped thinking of the sea as scenery. It became a neighbor, unpredictable, powerful, occasionally unreasonable, yet always present. Isolation also encouraged reflection. Without constant distractions, memories surfaced unexpectedly. Old conversations replayed themselves. Childhood scenes returned with remarkable clarity. Some guards undoubtedly reconsidered choices made years earlier. Others imagined futures waiting beyond the end of their assignment. Perhaps they dreamed of buying farmland, returning to fishing, opening a small workshop, anything involving fewer staircases and considerably less wind. Not everyone handled solitude equally well. Some men flourished. They enjoyed quiet routines and found satisfaction in careful observation. Others struggled deeply. The absence of family, crowds, festivals, and ordinary conversation weighed heavily upon them. Ancient writers occasionally mention soldiers requesting transfers away from isolated posts. While the surviving records rarely explain their reasons in detail, one hardly needs extraordinary imagination. Stone walls cannot hug you. The horizon never answers questions. Even the most beautiful sunset eventually disappears. Yet despite everything, thousands of men accepted these assignments. Some because duty required it. Some because steady military pay supported families back home. Some because they genuinely believed the work mattered. And they were right. Every peaceful fishing village, sleeping safely beneath the stars, owed something to those lonely figures standing watch above the cliffs. The irony is difficult to ignore. The watchmen spent their lives protecting communities they rarely had the chance to join. They guarded laughter drifting upward from distant villages. They defended homes where families gathered around evening fires. They watched celebrations from afar while eating another simple meal inside cold stone walls. History often remembers spectacular victories. Perhaps it should spend more time remembering quiet sacrifices, the kind made not in moments of dramatic heroism, but one ordinary day after another. As another evening settled across the ancient coastline, the watchman climbed once more to the observation platform. The sun slipped slowly beneath the sea. Shadows stretched across the cliffs. Far away, a neighboring beacon flickered to life against the gathering darkness. Someone else was awake. Someone else stood alone, separated by miles of coastline, connected by silent understanding. Neither man would ever become famous. Neither expected to. Tomorrow they would rise before dawn and begin again. The same tower, the same sea, the same lonely horizon. And perhaps, after enough months of quiet observation, they will begin to notice something else that had quietly become part of life on the ancient coast. Not pirates, not storms, But the strange beliefs, whispered stories, and old superstitions that flourished wherever people spent long nights alone beneath endless stars. The longer someone lives beside the sea, the more they begin to suspect that it has a personality. Not in the literal sense, of course. The Mediterranean did not wake each morning and decide whose boots to soak or which fishing boat to inconvenience. But after enough years watching its mood shift without warning, even the most practical watchman sometimes found himself wondering whether the sea enjoyed keeping a few secrets. Ancient people did not separate the natural world from the spiritual world quite as neatly as many of us do today. A sudden storm was not always viewed as mere weather. An unusually calm sea after weeks of rough waves might be interpreted as a favorable sign. An unexpected flock of birds flying inland could inspire quiet conversations that mixed careful observation with inherited folklore. To the lonely men stationed in coastal watchtowers, these beliefs became part of daily life, not because they were foolish, because uncertainty has always encouraged imagination. Consider the watchman's situation. He spent long nights staring into darkness where sea met sky. Shapes appeared and disappeared. Mist rolled across the water without warning. Moonlight transformed ordinary waves into strange silver figures that seemed almost alive. Even today, people can mistake shadows for something far more mysterious. Now imagine doing it after 6 hours of standing watch in complete silence. The mind naturally begins filling in the blanks. One of the most widespread beliefs involved the sea itself. Across Greek, Roman, Phoenician, and many other coastal cultures, sailors and guards alike often treated the water with quiet respect. Not fear alone, respect. The sea gave generously. It also took without explanation. A fisherman might enjoy weeks of successful catches, only to vanish during an ordinary afternoon voyage. A merchant ship could survive violent storms for years before striking an unseen reef on a perfectly clear evening. Such unpredictable events encourage the belief that unseen forces still govern parts of the coastline. Many watchmen offered small prayers before beginning the night's duty. Some whispered to the gods they had worshipped since childhood. Others simply paused for a moment of quiet reflection. The exact words mattered less than the habit itself. Beginning the watch with gratitude or humility brought comfort. And comfort, inside a lonely stone tower, was a valuable thing. Certain birds attracted particular attention. Gulls, despite their impressive talent for stealing unattended lunches, were often regarded as ordinary companions of the coast. Ravens, however, received a more complicated reputation in some traditions. Their appearance near isolated towers occasionally inspired uneasy glances, not because every raven predicted disaster. History is rarely that dramatic. Rather, unusual behavior from familiar animals encouraged speculation. If birds suddenly abandoned the cliffs before a storm arrived, experienced watchmen noticed. Nature often sensed changes before humans did. Over generations, careful observation blended naturally with superstition. The result became folklore. Dreams carried unusual importance as well. Imagine spending months in isolation, where each night unfolded beneath astonishingly clear stars and every sound echoed through thick stone walls. Dreams became memorable. A guard who dreamed of rough seas might quietly mention it over breakfast. Another who dreamed of fire could become just a little more careful while tending the beacon. No one reorganized the entire coastal defense network because of a strange dream. Still, people listened, just in case. After all, history contains enough genuine surprises without deliberately ignoring possible warnings. One particularly common belief concerned the first ship seen at sunrise. In several maritime traditions, the nature of that vessel supposedly hinted at how the day might unfold. A merchant ship suggested prosperity. A fishing boat promised calm waters. An empty horizon. Well, opinions varied. Some welcomed the peace. Others viewed complete emptiness with mild suspicion, wondering whether something remained hidden beyond sight. The watchman probably smiled politely at such conversations, then quietly glanced toward the sea anyway. Old habits possess remarkable endurance. Night brought its own collection of mysteries. The moon transformed the coastline completely. Cliffs appeared larger. Shadows stretched into impossible shapes. Distant rocks resembled anchored ships until daylight exposed their true identities. The watchman quickly learned that darkness could be surprisingly creative. Even so, not every unusual sight received an immediate explanation. Ancient sailors occasionally reported glowing patches upon the water. Today we understand that tiny marine organisms can produce bioluminescence under certain conditions, creating soft blue-green light where waves disturb the surface. To someone living 2,000 years ago, however, such glowing water might appear astonishing, beautiful, perhaps even supernatural. The watchman standing atop his lonely tower likely had no scientific explanation. He simply watched the strange light shimmer across the sea before quietly adding another story to the collection shared around future evening meals. Certain sounds also encouraged imaginative interpretations. Wind rushing through narrow cracks produced haunting whistles. Loose ropes tapped rhythmically against wooden beams. Waves striking hollow caves beneath the cliffs sometimes echoed with deep, almost musical tones. Anyone hearing those noises for the first time during a moonless night might reasonably decide to investigate, or perhaps more sensibly, wait until sunrise. Ancient coastal folklore often included tales of ghost ships. These stories appeared in many cultures, though the details differed. Some spoke of vessels glimpsed through heavy mist before vanishing completely. Others described phantom lights moving silently across distant waters. Modern explanations usually involve fog, unusual weather conditions, reflections, or simple misidentification. But imagine standing alone after midnight with only a lantern and the endless sea for company. The ordinary can become remarkably mysterious. Not every superstition involved fear. Many served practical purposes hidden inside memorable stories. Some watchmen refused to whistle loudly during calm weather, believing it might call the wind. Whether or not anyone genuinely believed the wind obeyed enthusiastic whistling remains difficult to know. The tradition, however, conveniently discouraged unnecessary noise during watch duty. Sometimes folklore quietly reinforced sensible behavior. Protective charms appeared in surprising places. A small carved symbol above a doorway. A smooth stone carried inside a pocket. A simple pendant hanging from a leather cord. These objects reminded the guards of home, family, or faith. Their greatest power may have been psychological rather than supernatural. Courage often begins with believing one is not entirely alone. Even hardened veterans occasionally develop personal rituals. One man always climbed the observation platform using the same first step. Another inspected the beacon in precisely the same order every morning. Someone else touched the tower wall before beginning the night's watch. Were these actions magical? Probably not. Were they comforting? Almost certainly. Human beings have always appreciated familiar routines when facing uncertain circumstances. Perhaps the strangest superstition of all involved silence. Some experienced watchmen claim that an unusually quiet sea deserved more attention than a noisy one. If the birds disappeared, if the wind stopped unexpectedly, if everything felt strangely still, they watched the horizon even more carefully. Modern meteorology offers several explanations for such observations. Changing air pressure, shifting weather patterns, or simple coincidence. Yet centuries of experience had taught coastal communities one undeniable lesson. Nature often whispers before it shouts. Whether that whisper came from science or superstition mattered less than paying attention. Interestingly, commanders rarely discouraged harmless traditions. As long as the beacon remained ready, the walls were maintained, and the guards stayed alert. A lucky charm tucked beneath someone's tunic threatened no one. Military discipline governed actions. Private beliefs belong to the individual. That balance probably helped many lonely watchmen endure years of isolation. Because sometimes what keeps a person steady is not certainty, but hope. As another peaceful night settled over the coastline, the watchman leaned against the cool stone parapet and looked upward. The stars shone with extraordinary brightness. Below, gentle waves reflected the moonlight like scattered silver coins. Far away, a neighboring beacon flickered softly. Everything appeared calm, almost timeless. He adjusted the small pendant hanging beneath his cloak, a simple reminder of home, and returned his attention to the sea. Whether it truly offered protection hardly mattered. It reminded him why he remained here. To what? To warn. To endure. And tomorrow, with the sunrise, another group of companions would appear around the lonely tower. Not fellow soldiers, not visiting merchants, but the countless birds, curious animals, and resilient creatures that shared these rugged cliffs with the men who guarded the ancient coastline. Long before the first stone was lifted into place, the cliffs already had their own residents. They did not wear armor. They did not carry spears. And they certainly had no interest in reporting suspicious ships to the nearest military commander. The coastline belonged to the birds, the goats, the lizards basking on warm rocks, the crabs patiently exploring tide pools below. When humans built their lonely watchtowers, they did not replace nature. They simply became another part of it. At first, the construction must have caused quite a commotion. The steady rhythm of hammers echoed across the cliffs. Men shouted instructions. Stone blocks scraped against wooden sledges. Donkeys complained about carrying yet another impossible load uphill. The seabirds almost certainly complained even louder. One suspects they considered themselves the rightful owners of the cliffs and regarded the entire building project as a rather inconsiderate interruption. Eventually, however, the builders departed. The noise faded. The wind returned, and nature quietly resumed its routine. Only now there was a curious new feature standing above the sea. A tall stone tower, To the watchman, it was a military outpost. To the local wildlife, it was simply another large rock. An unusually square rock, perhaps, but still a rock. The first creatures to reclaim the tower were almost always the birds. Gulls nested on ledges just beyond the reach of curious humans. Cormorants gathered on lower rocks, spreading their wings to dry after long dives into the sea. Swallows darted through the air with astonishing speed, chasing insects that drifted on the coastal breeze. During the warmer months, they often slipped through open windows or nested beneath sheltered roof beams. The watchmen occasionally protested these unexpected tenets. The swallows, quite predictably, ignored the complaints. High above everything else, larger birds circled patiently. Eagles and hawks used the rising currents of warm air to glide effortlessly over the coastline. From the observation platform, a guard could watch them soar for hours without a single flap of their wings. They appeared almost suspended against the blue sky. There was something quietly humbling about sharing the horizon with creatures that had mastered it so completely. Unlike humans, they required no towers to see for miles. The birds often became unofficial companions. A particular gull might arrive every morning at nearly the same hour. Another seemed unusually interested whenever breakfast appeared. One especially bold visitor might perch confidently on the tower wall, staring at the guards with the unmistakable expression of someone evaluating whether they intended to share lunch. The answer was usually no. The gull frequently disagreed. Many ancient watchmen undoubtedly became familiar with individual animals, even if they never admitted it aloud. When your social circle remains delightfully limited, even a stubborn seabird begins to feel oddly familiar. Below the cliffs, another world unfolded. The tide pools shimmered with life. Small fish darted between rocks. Bright sea anemones opened and closed with the rhythm of the waves. Crabs marched sideways across wet stone, carrying themselves with the confidence of creatures entirely unconcerned by human affairs. At low tide, the watchman could sometimes climb carefully down the rocks to gather shellfish or inspect the shoreline. Fresh seafood offered a welcome change from the usual diet of bread, cheese, olives, and salted fish. Although collecting dinner while avoiding slippery rocks required a certain amount of balance. The sea is always appreciated, reminding overconfident people where they belong. Farther inland, the landscape changed again. Hardy shrubs clung stubbornly to thin soil. Wild thyme released its fragrant scent whenever someone brushed against it. Rosemary grew naturally in many Mediterranean regions, filling the warm air with a subtle, earthy aroma. Tiny wildflowers appeared each spring, transforming rocky slopes into brief splashes of color before the summer heat reclaimed the hillsides. The watchmen noticed these quiet changes, not because they had become botanists, because the passing seasons mattered. Every flowering plant, every migrating bird, every returning insect quietly announced another year unfolding around the tower. Time moved differently in isolated places. Nature became the calendar. The cliffs also belonged to goats. Wild goats possessed an extraordinary ability to stand comfortably on surfaces that looked completely unsuitable for standing. A young recruit watching one leap effortlessly across narrow ledges might instinctively step backward in disbelief. The older guards merely nodded. The goats always do that. No further explanation seemed necessary. Occasionally, Local shepherds guided domesticated flocks near the tower. The soft clanging of bells tied around the animals' necks drifted upward on the breeze. For the watchmen, those familiar sounds carried unexpected comfort. They reminded them that ordinary life continued beyond the lonely cliffs. Families still worked. Children still laughed. Villages remain alive, even if they felt very far away. The tower itself slowly attracted smaller residents. Tiny lizards basked on warm stone walls throughout the afternoon. Quick and cautious, they vanished into narrow cracks whenever footsteps approached. Spiders quietly stretched delicate webs across forgotten corners where insects gathered. Bees occasionally investigated flowering plants growing beside the entrance path. Every unused space eventually became someone's home. Not all visitors received such a warm welcome. Rodents occasionally discovered grain stores. A single mouse might seem harmless. Several mice could become remarkably talented at reducing carefully measured food supplies. The watchmen therefore guarded their provisions almost as carefully as they guarded the coastline. Cats sometimes solved the problem. Many ports throughout the ancient Mediterranean kept cats to control rodents aboard ships and inside warehouses. It isn't difficult to imagine one adventurous feline eventually deciding that a lonely watchtower offered promising career opportunities. Compensation likely consisted of leftover fish, and the occasional opportunity to judge everyone silently from atop a barrel. Some partnerships never change. Insects announce the changing hours. Cicadas fill hot summer afternoons with their unmistakable chorus. Their steady buzzing became so constant that many guards probably stopped noticing it entirely, until autumn arrived and the sudden silence felt strangely unfamiliar. At night, moths fluttered toward the tower's oil lamps. Tiny beetles explored stone floors. Fireflies occasionally blinked among nearby grasses, creating little points of light that almost rivaled the distant beacon fires. The sea itself offered occasional surprises. Schools of dolphins sometimes appeared offshore, swimming gracefully through calm waters. Ancient sailors often regarded them as signs of good fortune, and one can understand why. After weeks of staring across an empty horizon, watching dolphins leap joyfully through the waves must have felt like receiving an unexpected performance. The watchmen likely paused their routine for a few precious moments. Even duty allows room for wonder. Seasonal migrations brought even greater variety. Every spring and autumn, countless birds traveled enormous distances along ancient routes that had existed long before any empire claimed the coastline. The watchmen observed these journeys year after year. They learned which flocks arrived with warming weather, which departed before winter storms. Nature kept remarkably reliable appointments. Perhaps the most comforting aspect of the wildlife was its indifference. The birds cared little whether one empire replaced another. The goats ignored political boundaries completely. The waves continued washing against the cliffs exactly as they always had. Kings rose and fell. Governors changed. Wars came and went. The gulls still wanted your lunch. There is something quietly reassuring about that. Standing atop the observation platform, the watchman became part of a much older rhythm. He watched the sea. The birds watched the fish. The fish followed the tides. The tides obeyed the moon. Everything moved according to patterns far older than the tower itself. Perhaps that realization helped soften the loneliness. The watchman was isolated from many things. He was never isolated from the living world around him. Every sunrise brought familiar wings overhead. Every evening carried the scent of salt and wild herbs. Every season introduced subtle changes that rewarded careful attention. The cliffs were never truly empty. They simply spoke a quieter language. As another peaceful dawn spread across the coastline, a pair of swallows darted effortlessly around a tower before vanishing into the brightening sky. A curious gull landed on the parapet, tilted its head toward the watchman, and seemed to ask the same optimistic question it asked every morning. "Any breakfast?" The watchman smiled despite himself. No. The gull remained unconvinced. Some negotiations have continued for thousands of years. If the sea taught the watchman patience, the pantry taught them gratitude. A lonely coastal tower could survive without visitors for several weeks. It could survive fierce winds, crashing waves, and even the occasional pirate who wisely decided that attacking a prepared garrison sounded like far too much effort. But without food and fresh water, the strongest walls in the Mediterranean became little more than an empty shell. Unlike villages nestled in fertile valleys, the watchtowers produced almost nothing themselves. There were no sprawling wheat fields swaying beneath the summer breeze, no orchards heavy with figs and olives, no cheerful vegetable gardens climbing conveniently up the rocky cliffs. The landscape offered magnificent views. It was considerably less enthusiastic about agriculture. Everything the guards needed had to arrive from somewhere else. Every loaf of bread, every jar of olive oil, every sack of grain, every bundle of firewood. Someone, somewhere, carried it up the steep path leading to the tower. Usually while wondering why military engineers had developed such a passionate affection for impossible hills, the supply caravan became one of the most welcome sights a watchman could imagine. Long before the wagons reached the tower, someone on the observation platform usually spotted them winding slowly along the coastal road. A line of mules, perhaps a small cart. A handful of soldiers or local workers escorting the provisions. No emergency. No dramatic news. Just lunch arriving on schedule. There are few moments in history as universally appreciated as seeing food appear exactly when you were beginning to worry it might not. The foundation of every meal was grain. Across much of the ancient Mediterranean, wheat and barley formed the backbone of daily life. Some towers received flour ready for baking. Others stored whole grain, grinding it themselves using simple hand mills. It was slow work. One guard turned the heavy stone. Another collected the fresh flour. The rhythm became almost meditative. Round and round. Day after day, civilization has always depended upon people willing to spend hours preparing tomorrow's bread. Fresh bread, however, remained a luxury. More often, the watchmen ate coarse loaves baked several days earlier. As they aged, these loaves became impressively firm. One suspects they occasionally possessed enough structural strength to assist in reinforcing the tower walls. Veteran guards probably developed remarkable jaw muscles. Fortunately, olive oil softened even the most determined bread, and olive oil appeared in almost every Mediterranean storehouse. It flavored meals, preserved food, protected leather equipment, fueled lamps, Few ingredients worked harder than the humble olive. Cheese provided another dependable companion. Usually made from sheep's or goat's milk, it traveled well and lasted far longer than fresh dairy products. The exact flavor depended upon the region, the season, and perhaps the generosity of whoever had prepared it. Some batches were undoubtedly excellent. Others probably inspired polite silence around the dinner table. Salted fish appeared frequently. After all, the watchtower overlooked the sea. It would have seemed almost impolite not to eat something from it. Fresh fish arrived whenever local fishermen visited or supply boats reached the nearby harbor. Otherwise, preservation became essential. Fish packed in generous quantities of salt could survive long journeys and long months. The taste, well, it certainly reminded everyone where it came from. Dried figs, dates, and raisins offered welcome sweetness. They required little preparation and stored remarkably well. A handful of dried fruit after weeks of simple meals must have felt almost luxurious. Nuts, especially almonds and walnuts, also traveled easily and supplied valuable energy during long watches. Sometimes honey appeared among the provisions, carefully sealed inside clay jars. It remained edible almost indefinitely. Ancient people valued honey enormously, not only because it sweetened food. It also preserved fruits, treated certain wounds, and brightened meals that otherwise leaned heavily toward practical rather than exciting. The watchman probably celebrated quietly whenever a fresh jar arrived, then guarded it with suspicious enthusiasm. Water mattered even more than food. Bread might become stale. Cheese might disappear. A meal could occasionally be skipped. Water allowed no such flexibility. High cliffs rarely offered reliable springs. Instead, ancient engineers planned carefully. Many towers included cisterns carved directly into the rock beneath the building. Rainwater flowing from the roof traveled through carefully designed channels before collecting inside. These underground reservoirs. Every winter storm became an opportunity. Every rainfall replenished the tower's future. The watchman inspected these cisterns constantly. Leaves removed, sediment cleaned, cracks repaired immediately. A damaged water tank represented far greater danger than a broken chair or loose shutter. Without fresh water, the tower's days became numbered. During long dry seasons, rationing quietly entered daily life. Each man received a measured amount. Enough for drinking, enough for cooking, very little beyond that. Bathing became selective. Modern travelers might miss long showers. Ancient watchmen likely settled for washing the parts that complained loudest. The sea surrounded them completely. Ironically, almost none of it was drinkable. Miles upon miles of water stretched toward the horizon. Not a single sip suitable for quenching thirst. Nature occasionally enjoys practical jokes of astonishing scale. Cooking remained wonderfully uncomplicated. A small hearth occupied one corner of the tower. Clay pots blackened by years of smoke simmered gently over glowing embers. Lentils cooked slowly into thick stews. Grain became porridge. Vegetables, when available, disappeared into nearly everything. Meals emphasized nourishment over variety. No one expected elaborate recipes while standing guard against possible pirate raids. Simple food had one enormous advantage. It filled empty stomachs. The watchmen often cooked together. One stirred the pot, another sliced bread. Someone else complained that the stew had somehow become even thicker than yesterday's. The cook defended himself with admirable confidence. It builds character. It almost certainly built patience. The smoke from the cooking fire drifted lazily through roof vents before disappearing into the coastal breeze. The familiar smell of wood smoke mixed with herbs, warm bread, and the salty air blowing through narrow windows. After months in the tower, that scent probably became the smell of home. Whenever weather allowed, the guards supplemented their stores. Fishing lines dangled from rocky ledges below the tower. Shellfish gathered from tide pools added welcome variety. Wild herbs collected from nearby hillsides improved otherwise ordinary meals. Thyme, rosemary, wild fennel. Tiny additions, perhaps, yet enough to remind everyone that survival involved observation as much as discipline. Waste became almost unthinkable. Stale bread transformed into soup. Animal bones flavored broths. Broken tools were repaired rather than discarded. Empty clay jars found new purposes storing grain, oil, or rainwater. Everything possessed value because replacing anything required effort. That practical mindset shaped daily life. Supplies also connected the tower to the outside world. Every arriving caravan brought conversation, news from nearby towns, rumors carried by merchants, reports from military commanders. The latest gossip traveled just as eagerly as the grain. Perhaps someone had married. Perhaps a governor had been replaced. Perhaps another watchtower farther along the coast required repairs after a recent storm. For a few precious hours, the isolated guards felt connected to the wider world again. Then the caravan departed. The sound of mule bells faded into the distance. Dust settled back onto the road. Silence returned. The food remained. The conversations became memories until the next delivery. Over time, the watchman learned an important lesson. Survival depended less upon abundance than preparation. A full pantry today protected against uncertainty tomorrow. A carefully maintained cistern promised safety during the dry months ahead. A repaired storage jar prevented unnecessary waste. Tiny decisions accumulated quietly into security. History often celebrates spectacular victories won in famous battles. Far less attention goes to the simple wisdom of remembering to refill the water barrels before summer arrived. Yet civilizations have survived because countless ordinary people remembered exactly such things. As evening settled over the tower, one guard carefully sealed the last jar of olive oil before placing it back upon the wooden shelf. Another checked the grain sacks for signs of unwelcome mice. A third carried a bucket of precious rainwater toward the kitchen hearth. Outside, the sea continued its endless conversation with the cliffs. Tomorrow's meals already depended upon today's careful work. Nothing glamorous, nothing heroic, just another quiet act of preparation. And in a lonely watchtower overlooking the ancient coastline, preparation was often the difference between comfort and hardship. As the last traces of sunlight slipped beneath the horizon, the watchtower entered its second life. The busy tasks of daylight gradually came to an end. The grain had been stored. The cooking fire settled into glowing embers. The water jar stood safely beneath the stone ceiling. The beacon had been checked one final time. Now came the part of the day that many watchmen respected the most, the night watch. There is something profoundly different about a coastline after dark. During the day, the sea reveals almost everything. The shape of the cliffs, the color of the water, the distant sails of merchant ships moving patiently across the horizon. Night hides those familiar landmarks beneath a blanket of shadow. The same sea remains below. It simply becomes invisible. The watchman climbed the narrow stone staircase carrying a small oil lamp, careful not to spill a single precious drop. Olive oil was far too valuable to waste merely because someone became overly enthusiastic while climbing stairs. The flame flickered gently with every step. By the time he reached the observation platform, the western sky still glowed faintly with the last colors of sunset. Deep orange slowly faded into crimson. Crimson surrendered to purple. Finally, darkness settled over the ancient coastline with remarkable patience. Unlike modern cities, there were no electric lights stretching across the horizon. No distant highways. No aircraft crossing overhead. No glowing windows scattered across endless suburbs. Only a handful of fishing villages where tiny cooking fires shimmered briefly before disappearing behind closed doors. Within an hour, the world belonged almost entirely to the stars. For modern eyes, it is difficult to imagine how brilliant the night sky once appeared. Far from artificial light, every constellation emerged with astonishing clarity. The Milky Way stretched overhead like a pale river flowing silently from one end of the heavens to the other. Thousands upon thousands of stars filled the darkness. Some burned steadily. Others seemed to twinkle as cool air drifted across the sea. The watchman probably knew many of them by heart. He had little choice. Night after night, they became familiar companions. Certain constellations marked the changing seasons. Others helped estimate the passing hours before dawn. Long before reliable mechanical clocks became common, the heavens themselves served as an enormous celestial timepiece. The stars asked for no maintenance, which, compared with the beacon, was rather considerate of them. Below the tower, the sea changed character completely. Gone was the bright blue water sparkling beneath the afternoon sun. Now the waves reflected only fragments of moonlight, appearing and disappearing like polished silver scattered across black velvet. On moonless nights, even that faint light vanished. The horizon itself dissolved. Sea and sky blended together until only the sound of waves confirmed where one ended and the other began. The watchman relied upon more than sight. His ears became equally important. The steady crash of waves against familiar rocks created a comforting rhythm. Any unexpected sound stood out immediately. The creaking of wooden masts, the distant splash of oars, the sharp cry of disturbed seabirds. Each noise deserved attention. Not every danger announced itself with dramatic sails visible beneath the afternoon sun. Sometimes trouble arrived quietly, very quietly. The wind behaved differently after sunset as well. During the warm months, cool air drifted gently inland from the sea, carrying the unmistakable scent of salt, seaweed, and damp stone. On colder nights, stronger gusts swept around the tower walls, searching patiently for every loose shutter and poorly secured roof tile. The ancient builders had designed the towers carefully. Still, The wind always believed it deserved another opportunity to test their work. Inside the tower, the remaining guards rested as best they could. Simple straw mattresses lined the sleeping quarters. Someone snored softly. Someone else shifted beneath a wool blanket. One man quietly dreamed of home. Another perhaps dreamed of absolutely nothing at all. The watchman above remained awake for all of them. That quiet responsibility carried unexpected weight. While others slept, he alone watched the horizon. He represented the first pair of eyes any approaching vessel would encounter. It was an oddly lonely privilege. Time moved differently at night. Without the distractions of daily chores, every hour seemed to stretch a little longer. The watchman occasionally walked slowly along the platform, partly to stay warm and partly to keep himself alert. Fatigue has always been one of humanity's most persistent opponents. Not dramatic, not loud, simply patient. It whispered that one quick glance away would not matter, that closing one's eyes for only a moment would surely cause no harm. Experienced guards recognize the danger. Sleep often arrives disguised as comfort. They resisted it with routine, checking the beacon, scanning the horizon, walking the platform, repeating familiar observations, anything to keep the mind engaged. Sometimes another watchman climbed the stairs carrying a cup of watered wine or warm broth. They exchanged a few quiet words. Anything unusual? Nothing. Seas calm. The wind's changing. Simple conversations. Yet after hours of silence, even those brief exchanges reminded both men they were not entirely alone. Occasionally, the night rewarded careful observation. Far offshore, tiny lights appeared. Merchant ships often carried protected lanterns aboard, their gentle glow rising and falling with the waves. The experienced watchmen learned to distinguish these moving lights from the fixed stars above. One remained constant. The other drifted slowly across the water. It sounds easy. After midnight, with tired eyes and a chilly breeze, it became rather less straightforward. The moon transformed everything. A full moon illuminated the coastline almost like daylight. Cliffs cast long silver shadows. Footpaths remained surprisingly visible. Even distant ships sometimes appeared as dark silhouettes against shimmering water. A new moon created the opposite experience. Darkness became almost complete. The tower itself seemed to float inside an endless void. Only the beacon and the stars offered reassurance. Many ancient sailors considered moonlit nights favorable for travel. Watchmen appreciated them for different reasons. It is much easier to identify approaching sails when one can actually see them. Nature occasionally offered small gifts during these long hours. A meteor flashed briefly across the sky. An owl glided silently past the tower. Far below, dolphins disturbed the water, leaving glowing trails of bioluminescence behind them. The watchman paused for a moment. Not because such sights altered his duty, because even lonely routines deserve moments of wonder. Those quiet observations often became treasured memories. Years later, a retired guard might struggle to remember exactly which commander had inspected the tower one spring. He would almost certainly remember the night the sea itself seemed to glow beneath thousands of stars. Toward the darkest hours before dawn, fatigue reached its greatest strength. The human body naturally wished to sleep. The watchman understood this. He welcomed the approaching relief of sunrise without ever rushing toward it. Somewhere below, another guard stirred awake, preparing to replace him. Soon the familiar footsteps echoed through the stone staircase. The shift changed quietly. No ceremony, no applause, just another ordinary handover. Anything to report? No strange ships. The beacon's ready. The sea's calm. Good. Exactly the report everyone hoped to hear. The first pale light gradually appeared above the eastern horizon. The stars faded one by one. Birdsong replaced the endless whispers of the night wind. Fishing boats prepared to leave sheltered harbors. The ancient coastline awakened once more. For the watchman, another successful night ended not with celebration, but with a simple sense of satisfaction. Nothing had happened, and that, more often than not, was the finest outcome imaginable. As he descended the staircase toward the warmth of the kitchen fire and the promise of fresh bread, another ordinary day began. The sea still stretched endlessly beyond the cliffs. The beacon still waited patiently. The tower still stood, and somewhere far beyond the horizon, empires continued rising and falling. Kings argued over distant borders, and merchants filled their ships with cargo destined for ports the watchmen might never visit. Yet even those mighty events depended, in some small measure, upon lonely figures like him keeping faithful watch beneath the stars. Be why now, our lonely watchman probably feels like an old friend. We've followed him through storms that rattle the tower walls, long nights beneath dazzling stars, surprise encounters with pirates, and enough stale bread to make modern dentists quietly grateful for contemporary baking techniques. But here's the interesting part. His tower was almost certainly not unique. Across the ancient world, thousands of similar outposts stood watch over coastlines, islands, harbors, and narrow sea passages. Some belonged to mighty empires. Others protected small city-states that occupied only a few miles of rocky shoreline. Together, they formed some of history's earliest large-scale coastal defense networks. Unlike the enormous castles of the medieval world, these systems rarely depended upon a single massive fortress. Instead, they relied upon something surprisingly modern: communication. One tower alone could observe only a small stretch of coastline. 20 towers, positioned carefully and connected by signal fires, could guard an entire province. 100 towers transformed scattered observers into something resembling an organized early warning system. The Romans understood this principle exceptionally well. As their republic expanded into an empire, the Mediterranean gradually became what Roman writers proudly called Mare Nostrum, our sea. It was an ambitious phrase. Owning the sea, after all, is considerably more difficult than naming it. Yet for several centuries, Roman naval power and carefully organized coastal defenses made large portions of the Mediterranean safer for merchants than they had been for generations. That safety did not happen by accident. Along important coastlines, observation towers overlooked strategic harbors, river mouths, and exposed beaches where raiders might attempt a landing. Some stood only a few miles apart. Others occupied isolated cliffs with commanding views across open water. Roman engineers rarely chose locations for their beauty alone, although they certainly managed to find plenty of spectacular scenery while doing their jobs. Every tower served a purpose. Some protected commercial ports, overflowing with grain shipments from Egypt. Others guarded military harbors where warships rested between patrols. Still others watched lonely stretches of coastline, simply because history had demonstrated that trouble often preferred quiet places. The Roman system extended far beyond Italy itself. Across the coasts of Hispania, North Africa, Gaul, the Balkans, and the eastern Mediterranean, local commanders adapted watchtower designs to match regional geography. A rugged coastline demanded one solution. Wide sandy beaches required another. Flexibility became one of Rome's greatest strengths. Of course, Rome did not invent coastal defense. The Greeks had been watching the sea for centuries before Roman legions became famous. For the ancient Greek city-states, the sea represented both opportunity and danger. Trade connected distant colonies across the Aegean. Warships carried soldiers between rival cities. Pirates searched for isolated merchant vessels. Every harbor required careful observation. The rugged Greek coastline proved surprisingly suitable for defensive towers. High rocky headlands overlooked narrow channels where ships naturally passed. From those elevated positions, watchmen could observe approaching vessels hours before they reached nearby ports. Athens, whose wealth depended heavily upon maritime trade, paid especially close attention to securing the sea routes leading toward its great harbor at Piraeus. The Athenians understood a simple truth. Protect the harbor and commerce flourishes. Lose the harbor, and even the strongest city begins to struggle. Many Greek islands developed their own networks as well. Living on an island encourages practical thinking about whoever happens to be sailing toward your front door. The Phoenicians approached coastal defense from yet another perspective. These remarkable sailors established trading settlements throughout the Mediterranean, linking ports separated by enormous distances. Rather than conquering vast inland territories, they specialized in commerce. Ships carried timber, glass, purple dye, metals, and countless other goods between bustling coastal cities. Protecting those trade routes required careful planning. Harbors became fortified. Lookouts monitored approaching vessels. Signal stations warned neighboring settlements whenever unfamiliar sails appeared beyond the horizon. Commerce, after all, prefers predictability. Pirates generally do not. Farther south, ancient Egypt relied heavily upon observation posts near the Nile Delta and along parts of the Mediterranean coast. The delta formed one of the most valuable regions in the ancient world. Its fertile farmland fed enormous populations. Its waterways connected inland cities with international trade. Any hostile fleet approaching that coastline demanded immediate attention. Even a civilization famous for pyramids understood the importance of simply watching the sea. Meanwhile, across the eastern Mediterranean, kingdoms rose and fell with astonishing regularity. Persians, Hellenistic kingdoms, later Romans, each inherited coastlines already dotted with defensive structures. Rarely did they begin from nothing. Instead, old towers received new repairs. New garrisons replaced old ones. Fresh flags fluttered above familiar stone walls. Empires changed. The cliffs remained. One particularly fascinating aspect of these networks was how information traveled. Imagine a suspicious fleet appearing near one remote watchtower. Within minutes, smoke climbed into the sky. The neighboring station responded. Then another. Soon commanders dozens of miles away understood that something unusual had appeared on the coast. No horses galloping across difficult terrain. No messengers struggling through mountain passes. Simply disciplined observation and carefully maintained communication. Remarkably efficient, especially considering nobody possessed batteries. The towers themselves varied enormously. Some resembled simple stone cylinders with tiny interior rooms. Others grew into larger fortified complexes capable of housing dozens of soldiers. Certain strategic locations included storage buildings, wells, stables, and small workshops. Elsewhere, a lonely watchman occupied little more than a sturdy stone platform overlooking the sea. Luxury remained uncommon. Visibility remained essential. Archaeologists continue discovering the remains of these forgotten outposts today. Many appear surprisingly modest. Collapsed walls, scattered foundations, broken pottery buried beneath centuries of soil. To casual visitors, they may seem unremarkable. Yet each ruined tower once represented countless ordinary days spent watching empty horizons. History often leaves behind monuments. It rarely preserves boredom. Perhaps it should. Because boredom, faithfully endured, prevented many disasters that never became famous. Not every defense network succeeded. Some towers received warnings too late. Others suffered from poor maintenance or inadequate staffing. Political instability occasionally proved more dangerous than invading fleets. A neglected beacon helps no one. Neither does a commander who ignores the signals. The strongest system remained only as reliable as its weakest link. That lesson feels surprisingly timeless. Interestingly, many coastal communities eventually recognized the towers as permanent features of the landscape. Children grew up seeing them silhouetted against the sunset. Fishermen used them as navigation markers. Travelers measured journeys by passing from one tower to the next. What began as military infrastructure gradually became part of everyday life. Like old lighthouses in later centuries, they quietly belonged to everyone. There is something comforting about that transformation. Buildings originally designed for war eventually became symbols of familiarity. Even today, many ancient coastal towers still stand, weathered but remarkably resilient. Their wooden roofs disappeared long ago. Their beacon fires have burned out forever. The watchmen are gone. The empires they serve exist only in history books. Yet the stone remains, patient, silent, still looking toward the sea. Perhaps those ruins remind us that civilizations are rarely protected by dramatic heroics alone. More often, they depend upon ordinary people performing ordinary duties with extraordinary consistency. One watchman, one beacon, one quiet night after another. Multiply that across an entire coastline, and suddenly an empire sleeps a little more peacefully. As evening settled once again over our own imaginary tower, the familiar guard leaned upon a weathered parapet and watched the sun disappear beneath the western horizon. Somewhere beyond the fading light, countless other watchmen stood upon distant cliffs doing exactly the same thing. Different kingdoms, different languages, different gods, yet remarkably similar responsibilities. Each trusted the next tower. Each watched the same sea. Each hoped the coming night would pass in peaceful silence. For all their careful planning, ancient coastal defense networks shared one unavoidable weakness. They were built by human beings. And anything built by humans, no matter how ingenious, occasionally failed. The beacon might be ready. The tower might stand firm. The watchman might know his duty perfectly. Yet somewhere between the first glimpse of danger and the final warning reaching a distant city, something could go wrong. History often celebrates the moments when great systems worked exactly as intended. Far less attention is given to the quieter moments when they didn't. Those failures, however, reveal just as much about life along the ancient coastline. Imagine an ordinary afternoon. The sea is calm. A light breeze carries the scent of salt and wild rosemary across the cliffs. Our watchman scans the horizon for what must feel like the 1,000th time that week. Then, just as the sun begins its slow descent, he notices a cluster of unfamiliar sails. Not merchants, not fishing boats, something else. He acts immediately. The beacon is prepared. The fire catches. Dark smoke climbs steadily into the sky. Everything is unfolding exactly as it should, except the neighboring tower never answers. Minutes pass. The smoke continues to rise. Still nothing. The watchman narrows his eyes toward the distant cliff. Usually, by now, another column of smoke would already be drifting upward. Instead, silence. One solid tower could mean many things. Perhaps heavy mist had settled between the stations, hiding the signal completely. Perhaps the guards were repairing storm damage and had temporarily moved their observation post. Perhaps the beacon would have become damp after several days of relentless rain. Or perhaps, most worrying of all, there was simply no one watching. Even disciplined military systems occasionally suffered from shortages. Illness spread through isolated garrisons. Supplies arrived late. Replacements failed to appear on schedule. A tower designed for 4 guards might suddenly have only 2. 2 tired men can remain vigilant for remarkable lengths of time. They cannot remain perfect forever. Fatigue has a way of slipping quietly into every routine. Night watches become longer. Reaction times become slower. Eyes that have stared across empty water for hundreds of hours sometimes miss the one moment that truly matters. No commander ever intended that to happen. The sea, unfortunately, never consulted military schedules. Weather caused even greater trouble. Smoke depends upon visibility. Visibility depends upon weather. Nature has never shown much interest in cooperating with communication systems. A thick blanket of coastal fog could settle between neighboring towers with astonishing speed. One watchman might see brilliant sunshine overhead. 5 miles away, another stood surrounded by dense gray mist. The signal disappeared into the clouds before traveling even half its intended distance. At night, fire solved one problem but created another. Flames shone brilliantly across clear skies. During violent storms, however, rain and wind turned every beacon into a stubborn battle. Even well-protected fire pits struggled beneath relentless weather. A soaked bundle of wood rarely shares humanity's sense of urgency. The watchman undoubtedly muttered a few colorful observations while attempting to persuade damp timber into becoming an emergency warning. Political confusion could prove equally dangerous. Suppose one commander believed every suspicious sail justified immediate alarm. Another insisted upon waiting for absolute certainty. Their watchmen received different instructions. One coastline responded quickly. Another hesitated. History contains countless examples where uncertainty delayed important decisions. Not because people lacked courage, because responsibility often encourages caution. Lighting an emergency beacon carried consequences. Merchants abandoned markets. Fishing boats rushed toward harbor. Soldiers interrupted ordinary duties. False alarms gradually weakened confidence. Ignore too many warnings and people stop reacting. Wait too long, and the warning arrives after the danger. Finding the balance required wisdom. Wisdom, unfortunately, is somewhat harder to distribute than firewood. Sometimes the failure occurred before the signal even began. Perhaps the watchmen simply never saw the approaching ships. This possibility sounds alarming. It also sounds remarkably human. The sea plays extraordinary tricks upon the eye. Morning sunlight reflecting from calm water can hide distant vessels behind dazzling glare. Heat rising above the waves bends light into shimmering mirages. Rain curtains obscure entire sections of coastline. Even experienced observers occasionally question what they thought they had seen. Was that truly a sail? Or merely a cloud resting low above the horizon? Raise the alarm too early, and everyone grows frustrated. Wait too long. The ships grow larger. Distance shrinks. Options disappear. It is an unenviable decision. Some failures resulted not from the towers themselves, but from what happened afterward. The warning reached the nearby fortress. Excellent. The commander understood the danger. Even better. Then the messenger carrying detailed instructions encountered washed-out roads after heavy rain, or a bridge collapsed, or horses became exhausted. Communication is rarely stronger than its slowest step. Ancient civilizations understood this better than we sometimes imagine. That is why they layered their defenses. Smoke, fire, mounted messengers, naval patrols, local lookouts. Each method compensated for another's weakness. No single system carried the entire burden. Even then, perfection remained impossible. Interestingly, archaeology sometimes tells quiet stories about these failures. A burned layer inside a coastal settlement. Emergency repairs added hastily to a neglected wall. Hidden stores of valuables buried beneath house floors and never recovered. Such discoveries suggest moments when warning either came too late or not at all. The stones rarely explain exactly what happened. They simply remind us that every successful defense left behind an ordinary village. Every unsuccessful one often left behind silence. Our lonely watchman understood these possibilities. That knowledge probably shaped his routine more than fear ever did. Every morning he inspected the beacon because one missing bundle of dry might matter someday. Every evening he checked the horizon one final time before darkness settled completely. Every shift change included careful reports. Not because commanders enjoyed paperwork, because small habits quietly prevented larger disasters. There is something profoundly reassuring about that. Great achievements often depend less upon extraordinary talent than upon ordinary consistency. A rope inspected every week. A cistern cleaned every month. A beacon restocked before winter. Tiny tasks, remarkably important outcomes. Perhaps that is why these ancient towers continued functioning across generations despite their imperfections. The watchmen knew they could not control the sea. They could not command weather. They could not guarantee every signal reached its destination. They could only fulfill their own responsibility with care, then trust the next tower to do the same. As midnight approached, our watchman stood once again beneath a sky crowded with stars. The beacon beside him remained dark, peaceful, ready. He glanced toward the neighboring cliff. A faint light flickered there. Not an emergency signal. Just the ordinary lamp of another guard beginning his nightly watch. The tiny glow carried an unexpected comfort. Someone was there. Someone remained awake. Someone else was watching the same endless sea. For tonight, that was enough. Nothing in history lasts forever. Not kingdoms. Not empires. Not mighty fleets that once ruled entire seas. And not even the lonely watchtowers that have faithfully watched the coastline for centuries. Perhaps that is the strangest part of their story. For generation after generation, these towers had stood exactly where they were needed. They warned of pirates, watched merchant ships, survived violent storms, and carried messages across hundreds of miles of coastline. Then, slowly, the world around them began to change. There was no single dramatic moment when every beacon suddenly went dark. No great ceremony announcing that the age of the coastal watchmen had officially ended. History is rarely so tidy. Instead, the decline happened the way many important things do. Quietly, one tower lost its garrison. Another missed a scheduled repair. A third continued standing, but no longer received regular supplies. The network did not collapse overnight. It simply became a little less complete with every passing decade. Political stability played an enormous role. A well-organized empire could afford to maintain hundreds of isolated outposts. It could pay soldiers, repair roofs, replace damaged doors, and ensure fresh supplies reached even the most remote cliffs. But empires have an unfortunate habit of becoming complicated. Taxes became harder to collect. Civil wars demanded attention elsewhere. New rulers inherited old responsibilities, but not always the resources to manage them. Suddenly, that lonely tower overlooking an empty stretch of coastline no longer seemed quite so urgent. The local commander faced difficult choices: repair the city walls, or rebuild the watchtower roof that winter storms had damaged, strengthen the harbor defenses, or send fresh soldiers to an isolated cliff where nothing particularly exciting had happened for years. History often rewards visible priorities. Quiet successes sometimes become invisible. Ironically, the watchtower suffered because it had done its job too well. If pirates had not attacked recently, some officials concluded the danger had disappeared. They overlooked a simple truth. The absence of disaster does not always mean the danger is gone. Sometimes it means someone has been preventing it all along. The sea itself never stopped working. Every day, waves crashed patiently against the cliffs. Salt crept into tiny cracks between carefully fitted stones. Winter rains soaked the mortar. Summer heat expanded the walls before cool nights contracted them again. Nature possesses extraordinary patience. A single storm, rarely destroys a well-built tower. Several hundred winters. That is another matter entirely. Without regular maintenance, small problems quietly multiplied. A missing roof tile allowed rain inside. Rain weakened wooden beams. The weakened beams sagged. The roof leaked even more. One neglected repair invited another. Eventually, entire sections of the building became unsafe. The watchmen understood this better than anyone. They had spent years replacing worn ropes, sealing cisterns, repairing shutters, and patching cracked walls. Once those ordinary tasks stopped, the tower began losing its quiet battle against time. Some outposts disappeared because the coastline itself changed. Rivers altered their courses. Harbors slowly filled with sediment. Earthquakes reshaped sections of the Mediterranean coast. What had once been a perfect observation point gradually overlooked a shoreline that no longer held the same strategic importance. The sea remained. Human geography shifted around it. Trade routes evolved as well. Merchant ships began favoring different ports. Growing cities attracted commerce away from older harbors. Some coastal settlements flourished. Others slowly emptied. A watchtower protecting a forgotten harbor eventually became just another lonely building facing an increasingly empty sea. Military technology also changed. Navies became larger. Fortifications became more sophisticated. Defensive priorities shifted toward heavily fortified ports and major naval bases, rather than long chains of isolated observation posts. The humble watchtower still had value. It simply no longer occupied the center of military planning. There is something almost bittersweet about that transition. For centuries, these towers represented cutting-edge security. Eventually, they became yesterday's solution to yesterday's problems. Every generation believes its systems will last forever. History gently suggests otherwise. Even abandoned towers remained useful for a surprising amount of time. Fishermen used them as landmarks while navigating familiar waters. Travelers rested beside their weathered walls. Shepherds sheltered livestock inside roofless chambers during sudden rainstorms. Children climbed the old staircases, imagining heroic guards scanning the horizon for pirate ships. Military duty ended. Community life quietly continued. Nature reclaimed its share. Grass pushed between cracked stones. Wildflowers bloomed where soldiers had once stacked firewood. Swallows nested beneath broken arches. Owls occupied abandoned upper rooms. Lizards basked on sun-warmed walls exactly where watchmen had once leaned during quiet afternoons. The wildlife hardly seemed concerned that an empire had disappeared. The gulls, predictably, remained just as interested in unattended lunches. Some towers suffered more dramatic endings. Powerful earthquakes reduced carefully built walls to scatter rubble. Coastal erosion carried entire sections of cliff into the sea below. Stone blocks were removed and reused in nearby villages, churches, harbors, and farmhouses. Practical people rarely waste perfectly good building material. To a medieval mason, an abandoned Roman watchtower looked remarkably similar to a conveniently located stone quarry. And honestly, he wasn't entirely wrong. Not every tower vanished. Many survived because they adapted. Later civilizations repaired ancient foundations instead of beginning from scratch. The Byzantines strengthened old Roman towers. Medieval kingdoms added new battlements. Renaissance engineers occasionally modernized structures for entirely different military purposes. One generation's abandoned outpost became another generation's useful fortress. The stone endured. The purpose evolved. Archaeologists today often describe these sites as multi-period structures. The Watchmen themselves might simply have called it getting another tenant. There is a quiet poetry in that continuity. Long after the original builders had been forgotten, people continued recognizing the value of the same lonely cliffs. The view had not changed. The horizon remained just as wide. The sea still rewarded careful observation. Only the flags above the towers differed. Perhaps the greatest loss was not the stone itself. It was the knowledge carried by the men who served there. How to read subtle weather changes from distant clouds. Which coves concealed ships after storms. When migrating birds hinted that the seasons were turning. Where dangerous currents flowed beneath apparently calm water. Much of that wisdom was never written down. It passed from one watchman to another through conversation, routine, and quiet experience. When the towers emptied, much of that living knowledge faded with them. History often preserves walls more easily than memories. Today, visitors sometimes discover these ruins while walking quiet coastal trails. A weathered staircase, a fragment of thick wall, the remains of a beacon platform overlooking endless blue water. At first glance, they appear almost ordinary. Yet if you pause for a few moments, if you listen to the wind moving through the broken stones, if you watch the waves meeting the cliffs exactly as they did 2,000 years ago, it becomes surprisingly easy to imagine a lonely figure standing there, scanning the horizon, waiting, watching, hoping tonight would remain peaceful. Because that, more than anything else, defined the life of the ancient coastal watchmen. Not glorious battles, not dramatic speeches, just patient observation repeated so faithfully that generations of ordinary people rarely noticed how much they depended upon it. As the sun slowly disappeared beyond the sea for perhaps the 1,000th time in our story, the old tower stood quietly against the fading light. Its beacon no longer burned. Its garrison had long since departed. Wildflowers grew where soldiers once sharpened spears. Swallows nested beneath weathered stone. The empire that built it had become history. Yet the tower still faced the horizon, still waiting, still watching, as though it had never entirely forgotten the duty it carried for so many centuries. And in our final chapter, we'll reflect on what these silent ruins can still teach us today, not only about ancient engineering or military strategy, but about patience, resilience, quiet service, and the forgotten people whose ordinary dedication helped shape the course of history. If our ancient watchman could somehow step into the modern world, he would probably be astonished by many things. Cars, airplanes, satellites quietly circling high above the earth. The peculiar modern habit of carrying tiny glowing rectangles everywhere, and somehow still forgetting where we left them 5 minutes ago. But perhaps nothing would surprise him more than discovering that people now travel great distances simply to study the tower where he once complained about the wind. History has a wonderful sense of irony. The buildings that were once ordinary workplaces have become extraordinary windows into the past. Today, archaeologists walk the same cliff paths that forgotten soldiers climbed 2,000 years ago. Their tools, however, are very different. Instead of spears, they carry measuring tapes, notebooks, cameras, drones, and delicate brushes. Instead of preparing for pirates, they prepare for careful excavation. Their mission is not to defend the coastline. It is to understand it. At first glance, many ancient watchtowers appear disappointingly modest. Visitors expecting towering castles often pause in confusion. That's it. A few weathered walls, collapsed staircases, broken foundations barely rising above the grass. It requires a little imagination to see what once stood there. Fortunately, imagination happens to be one of archaeology's favorite companions. Every fallen stone tells part of a story. The challenge lies in placing those stories back together. The first clues often come from the location itself. Ancient builders were remarkably practical. A tower rarely stands in a random place. Archaeologists begin by asking simple questions. Why here? What could someone see from this cliff? Which nearby harbor did it protect? Could another tower be visible from this point? Sometimes the answers become obvious almost immediately. Stand upon the ruins, and the coastline unfolds before you. Wide bays, narrow channels, natural harbors, hidden coves. The view explains everything. The tower did not need a sign saying, "Excellent place to watch for pirates." The landscape had already written one. Excavations often reveal far more than walls. Broken pottery appears frequently. A cracked cooking pot, fragments of oil lamps, pieces of storage jars once filled with grain, olives, or fresh water. To most of us, a broken clay pot sounds rather ordinary. To an archaeologist, it can answer remarkable questions. Where was it made? How old is it? Did supplies arrive from nearby villages or distant provinces? Trade leaves fingerprints. Sometimes those fingerprints happen to be made of pottery. Coins occasionally emerge from the soil as well. Dropped accidentally. Lost forever. Then patiently waiting beneath the earth for nearly 2,000 years. A single coin can help date an entire occupation layer. If it bears the image of a particular emperor, historians suddenly know the tower remained active during his reign. It is one of history's more useful forms of loose change. Animal bones tell quieter stories. The remains of sheep, goats, fish, shellfish, and birds help researchers reconstruct the Watchman's diet. Even tiny fish bones reveal valuable information. Which species were eaten? Were they caught locally? Did food supplies change over time? Dinner, it turns out, can become historical evidence. Seeds preserved inside ancient storage pits are equally revealing. Charred grains survive surprisingly well. Wheat, barley, lentils. Sometimes grape seeds or olive pits appear alongside them. These small discoveries confirm what written records often only hint at. The Watchmen survived through careful planning, steady supplies, and remarkably practical meals. No elaborate banquets. Just reliable food prepared day after day. Perhaps one of the most fascinating discoveries involves the towers themselves. Many that appear simple from the outside prove surprisingly sophisticated beneath the surface. Archaeologists uncover carefully designed rainwater cisterns carved directly into bedrock. Drainage channels still guide water exactly where ancient engineers intended. Storage rooms remain cool despite centuries of changing weather. Some staircases survive almost completely intact. The engineering quietly speaks for itself, without saying a single word. Modern technology has transformed archaeological work in ways our ancient watchmen could never have imagined. Drones now photograph entire coastlines from above, revealing forgotten tower foundations hidden beneath vegetation. Satellite imagery identifies ancient roads connecting isolated outposts. Laser scanning creates astonishingly accurate three-dimensional models of ruined structures. Even ground-penetrating radar allows researchers to investigate what lies beneath the soil before removing a single stone. The irony is delightful. The watchtowers once searched the horizon for approaching ships. Today, satellites search for the watchtowers. Sometimes archaeology confirms stories preserved in ancient texts. At other times, it gently corrects them. A Roman writer may describe a heavily fortified coastal station. Excavation reveals something rather smaller and considerably less impressive. Memory occasionally exaggerates. Stone tends to be more honest. Not every mystery receives an answer. Many towers have lost their upper floors completely. Wooden beams rotted centuries ago. Roofs disappeared. Beacon platforms collapsed. Archaeologists must reconstruct these missing pieces by comparing similar sites and studying surviving foundations. It is rather like assembling a puzzle after someone misplaced half the pieces several hundred years ago. Progress requires patience. Lots of it. Occasionally, excavations uncover deeply personal objects. A bronze buckle. A simple iron knife, a gaming piece carved from bone, a tiny bead that once decorated clothing. These items rarely belong to famous generals or wealthy governors. They belong to ordinary people. Perhaps even someone very much like our imaginary watchman. Holding such an object today creates an unusual connection across time. Someone carried it, used it, dropped it, never realized it would outlive empires. Conservation becomes the next challenge. Once exposed to air after centuries underground, ancient materials can deteriorate surprisingly quickly. Archaeologists therefore work closely with conservators who stabilize fragile metals, clean delicate pottery, and preserve organic remains whenever possible. Discovery is only the beginning. Protection matters just as much. Many coastal ruins face familiar enemies. Ironically, some are exactly the same opponents the original Watchman knew so well. Salt carried by sea winds slowly weakens ancient masonry. Winter storms loosen stones. Coastal erosion gradually steals sections of cliff. The sea has never stopped trying to reclaim the shoreline. Modern preservation teams continue the quiet struggle begun by forgotten builders long ago. Visitors play an important role as well. Most people treat these sites with great respect. A few, unfortunately, are tempted to pocket a pottery fragment as a souvenir. It is an understandable temptation. It is also deeply unfortunate. Every object removed without proper recording takes a small piece of history with it. The greatest treasure is rarely the object itself. It is knowing exactly where it was found. Context gives history its voice. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these discoveries is how ordinary they often feel. There are no glittering crowns beneath every tower. No hidden treasure chambers overflowing with gold. Instead, archaeologists uncover everyday life, cooking fires, repair tools, storage jars, worn staircases polished smooth by countless footsteps. History, it turns out, is mostly made of ordinary days. The dramatic moments become famous. The ordinary ones build civilizations. As the afternoon sun casts long shadows across another weathered ruin overlooking the Mediterranean, a small archaeological team carefully brushes away centuries of dust from a stone floor. A fragment of an oil lamp slowly emerges. One researcher smiles. Another writes careful notes. Somewhere nearby, gulls circle exactly as they did when the tower was still alive with conversation. The sea continues its endless rhythm below the cliffs. The wind whispers through broken walls. And for a brief moment, it almost feels as though the ancient watchman has merely stepped away for a few minutes. Perhaps to refill the beacon. Perhaps to fetch another loaf of bread sturdy enough to qualify as construction material. Surely he'll be back before sunset. In our final chapter, we'll leave the archaeology behind and reflect on the enduring legacy of these forgotten towers. What they still teach us about patience, duty, resilience, and the quiet individuals whose steady vigilance helped shape the history of the ancient world. #peaceful closing reflection. And so, as our journey along the ancient coastline comes to its quiet end, the lonely watchtowers still stand in our imagination. The beacon has long since gone cold. The wooden roof has disappeared beneath centuries of wind and rain. The soldiers have returned home, or perhaps simply become part of history themselves. Only the stone remains, patient, silent, watching. If you were to visit one of these old towers today, you might wonder why anyone ever chose such an isolated place to build. There are no bustling marketplaces here, no grand palaces, no cheering crowds. Only cliffs meeting the sea, endless horizons, and the steady rhythm of waves that have repeated the same conversation for thousands of years. Yet perhaps that is exactly why these places still speak to us. In a world that often feels impossibly fast, these forgotten towers remind us of something much slower. They remind us that history was not built only by emperors issuing commands or generals winning famous battles. It was also shaped by ordinary people whose names have vanished. Men who climbed the same worn staircase every morning before sunrise, who checked the beacon one more time before nightfall, who repaired loose stones after every winter storm, who watched an empty horizon day after day, hoping they would never need to light the warning fire. It is an unusual kind of heroism, not dramatic, not celebrated, simply faithful. There is something deeply comforting about that. The watchman rarely knew whether his careful attention had prevented disaster. Most of the time, nothing happened. The sea remained peaceful. Merchant ships passed safely. Fishing boats returned home. Children in distant villages slept soundly without ever realizing that someone many miles away had quietly been watching over them. Perhaps the greatest success is sometimes invisible. The absence of catastrophe. The ordinary day that passes without interruption. History rarely writes songs about peaceful afternoons. Yet civilizations depend upon countless peaceful afternoons. As the centuries drifted by, empires rose and disappeared like tides upon the shore. The Greeks, the Phoenicians, the Romans. The Byzantines. Kingdoms expanded. Borders shifted. Languages changed. The watchtowers witnessed it all without moving an inch. Long after banners faded and armies marched elsewhere, the cliffs remained. The sea remained. The wind continued its patient work. Even today, gulls circle above ruins where watchmen once stood. Wildflowers bloom between stones carefully placed by hands that disappeared into history long ago. Tourists pause for photographs where guards once searched the horizon for unfamiliar sails. The purpose has changed. The view has not. There is a quiet beauty in that continuity. Perhaps somewhere beneath those weathered stones lies the small cooking hearth where evening meals were shared. Perhaps the worn staircase still carries the smooth polish left by thousands of careful footsteps. Perhaps a forgotten oil lamp still rests beneath the soil, waiting patiently for someone to discover it centuries from now. History often sleeps more peacefully than we imagine. And maybe that is the greatest lesson these lonely towers leave behind. Not every important life becomes famous. Not every act of service is remembered by name. Sometimes the most meaningful work is done quietly, consistently, and without expectation of recognition. A watchman keeping faithful watch through another ordinary night. A builder carefully fitting one more stone into the wall. A messenger climbing another steep hill with fresh supplies. Together, those ordinary moments created extraordinary stability. They allowed merchants to trade, families to sleep, communities to grow. As darkness settles once more over our imagined coastline, the stars begin appearing one by one above the Mediterranean sky. The sea glows softly beneath the moon. A gentle breeze moves through the grasses growing around the old tower. There is no beacon burning tonight. No smoke rising into the evening air. No urgent message racing from cliff to cliff. Only peace. The same peaceful silence our watchman hoped for every time he began another night's duty. If you listen closely, you can almost hear the waves brushing against the rocks below. Steady, patient, unhurried, exactly as they sounded 2,000 years ago. Exactly as they will sound long after all of us are gone. Thank you for spending this quiet evening exploring one small corner of the ancient world with me. I hope these forgotten towers, lonely watchmen, and endless horizons have offered you a few moments of calm, and perhaps a reminder that history is often gentler, quieter, and far more human than we expect. If you've enjoyed this peaceful journey, I'd love to have you join me again for another sleepy walk through the past. Until then, wherever you are, I hope the night is calm, the sea is quiet, and sleep finds you as gently as the evening tide washing against an ancient shore. Good night.